Hello everyone, this is Feliciano Mangles. Okay, here I will go and drive you into this course. I will teach you about OpenVas. I will teach you how to scan targets, how to find vulnerabilities, how to work with assets, and much more. All right, OpenVas is not just a scanner. OpenVas is a vulnerability manager, and I want to teach you how to work with reports, how to work with vulnerabilities, how to work with the reports, how to analyze the reports, and how to prioritize the vulnerabilities to be fixed. All right, and I will teach you how to identify applications running on the system and the vulnerabilities, and I will show you where you can find the solutions to fix that vulnerability. Okay, in just one course. All right, after that I will show you and teach you how to work with business process map to analyze the impact of vulnerabilities into your organization. I will teach you how to organize it, and I will teach you how to analyze the business. All right, that's why it's called business process map. And I will teach you how to work with users, how to create users groups, policies, roles, and much more. In just one course I will show you how you can see, how you can analyze the charts, how you can interpret the data in the charts and see the operating system, the severity of that operating systems. And with this information you will be able to fix the vulnerabilities and to improve your network environment. All right, if you think about hackers, cyber criminals, cyber security, information security specialists, all of them to work with vulnerabilities. All right, hackers want to discover vulnerabilities to exploit them, and cybersecurity specialists, information security specialists, they want to protect the system. All right, let me go and show you this website. This website is real-time cyber attack, cyber threats. All right, as you can see here, around the world, all world are in cyber attack war. All right, as you can see in this website, and even in this website, this is attacks. As you can see here, you can see the type of attacks. So vulnerability management is something very important. We need to be ahead of the attackers and protect our data, our systems. All right, so here I want to teach you how to do that, how to work with vulnerabilities, where you will find the solutions to fix the vulnerabilities. All of this in just one single course, the OpenVas GVM, the ultimate course. We will go from the basic to advanced. Okay, teach you everything I have learned. All right, I will go with you tab by tab: scans, assets, resilience, sec info, configuration, administration, even help. I will teach you how to work with you, all of this stuff here, and I'm sure that in the end of this course you will be able to implement this solution anywhere. All right, I'm waiting for you. I'm very glad to have you here because I want to share everything I know about OpenVas. All right, see you there. So now I want to talk to you about the GVM architecture. This architecture is applied to GVM, Greenborn Vulnerability Manager, the version 20.08 and 21.04. This is the version that we'll be using in this course. It's very important to understand the architecture before we start. So here we have the Greenborn Vulnerability Manager diamond. This is the center. This is the center of everything. As you can see, Greenborn Vulnerability Manager diamond, or short name GVMG. And this GVMG has assistant, the Greenborn Security Assistant. This assistant is what allows us to access the GVMG via the browser. When we want to access the GVMG, we need to use this assistant, this Greenborn Security Assistant. And to access this Greenborn Security Assistant, we need to use the browser. This is one of the access. Another access we have here to access the GVMG is this one, the Greenborn Management Protocol Clients. This function here allows us to access the GVMG via the command line. Via the command line, you can access the GVMD. And another thing that interact interact with GVMD is the user data. User data, we are talking about your configurations, your reports, your scans results, and more information on the system. And here we have the scanners. Okay. We have the OSP scanner, as you can see here. The meaning of it, unified scanner control. All right. In this list of scanners, we have here this one and this two. As you can see, the OpenVas is just a piece of the main system. OpenVas is just a scanner. And what's the difference between these two scanners here? We have this one and we have this one that is out of this area here. Why? Because here we can create our own scanners. The OpenVas is a piece of the main one and interact first with another OSP here, with another control layer here, and these interact with GVMD. Okay, and as you can see here, only the scanners interact directly with the target system. And we have the VTAs. The VTAs are vulnerability tests, a script that perform tests against the target to find vulnerabilities and much more information regarding the platforms, the system, and much more. As you can see, the VTAs are connected to OpenVas. That's why the OpenVas is able to detect vulnerability on the target systems. OpenVas uses these vulnerability tests against the systems to discover vulnerabilities. And here we have the SCP cert. SCP cert are a collection of technologies that have information regarding to platforms, advisors, solutions to mitigate vulnerability and to eliminate vulnerabilities, and more information. We'll cover this later. And the VTS and SCP cert are updated by this Greenborn community feed. This is the architecture of the Greenborn Vulnerability Manager. So that's all about the architecture. See you in next lesson. Welcome back. This is a quick update regarding the new architecture, the Greenborn Community Edition, the version 22.4. So here, if we compare this version of this architecture and the previous one you saw in the video, you will see, we will realize that the big change occurred here. As you can see, the unified scanner control layer were removed and were added this Notus scanner and this MQTT broker. This one, the Lightwave publisher subscriber protocol for transporting message between network services, but the VTs maintains. Okay, the big difference here is this new scanner here called Notus scanner. What is this? This Notus scanner came to solve a big problem we used to face it before when we use a Greenborn community, when we use these Greenborn solutions. The problem was doing the comparison of different versions of software. You know, if we are looking for vulnerabilities using OpenVas or these GVM solutions, it has signatures. These VTs here carry on signatures of affected softwares. So during the comparison, it will check if the signatures it has are the same that the target system we are scanning if are the same. Okay, but these Notus scanners here came to increase the performance of this process, because now it will check only for affected and corrected pages, will not verify everything. We will be focused on that. And now this Notus scanner allows the system to check for running softwares and also for the ones that are not running at the moment of the scan. And this increased the speed, memory usage, and also the performance during scan of the versions of the softwares. So this is the main change in this architecture now. The other things remain the same. We still have OpenVas scanner, but we have this Notus scan that uses JSON for these scans. So reason why it is very, very, very fast. And this Notus has two parts. One is the JSON file generator that contains the information of vulnerable patches, and in the other hand, it has the second part that is Notus scanner that will interpret that files to give us the result to determine if that page or that software is vulnerable or not. Reason why this new scanner is very fast, because it will be focused on specific informations. It will not collect all the informations on the target, only the vulnerable packages and the affected pages, and also the corrected ones. And it is under open source license. So this is the big change in terms of architecture, and we will see, of course, the performance during the scan is faster than ever. See you in next lecture. Hello guys, so now I want to talk to you about the life cycle of vulnerability management. When you think about hackers, crackers, cybersecurity specialists, information security, what do you think about them? When I think about hackers, cybersecurity specialists, information security specialists, I think about vulnerabilities. All of them are looking for vulnerabilities. The hackers are looking for vulnerabilities to exploit them. Cybersecurity specialists, the information security, red team, they look for vulnerability to protect the system. But all of them are looking for vulnerabilities. So the IT security is a process. And to protect our system, our organization, we need to know our weakness. So when we know our weakness, we can protect our system. So now I want to explain you the life cycle of vulnerability in Greenborn Vulnerability Manager. Here we have the first step here where we prepare our tasks, we create our tasks, we prepare the list of targets we want to scan, find vulnerabilities, we prepare the policies, checks we want to do, everything we will need to start the scan. We prepare here. This is the first step. And after that, and here, after we prepare, we initiate the scan, and the scan will identify more information about the platform, the operating system, the servers that are running on the system, and more information regarding to the system. Okay, we will identify, and then after that, and here in classify, we will classify the information we found on the target. We'll classify if it is a log, if it is a vulnerability, and what is the severity of that vulnerability. Is that low, medium, or high? We classify the information we collected, and here prioritize. We need to decide which vulnerability we will work with first. We will work around to fix first. After that, we assign the responsibility. For example, we have a team that working with database, and we have team that work with development. So we need to assign the vulnerability we found for the specific team that will fix that vulnerability, that will work around and fix that vulnerability. And here we have mitigate and remediation. Here we start to fix. After we prioritize, we assign this team here will fix and mitigate the vulnerabilities. And here we have this process here, store and repeat. Here we need to repeat the process to verify if the issues we detected during the scan was fixed or not. Or okay, that's why we have here repeat. And after that, we come to here, we have improve. We need to improve our system to make our system more secure. This is the last step here. So the IT security is a process, and understanding vulnerability and how to work to fix vulnerability is the main goal of this course. See you next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. Now we are going to prepare the tools and the virtual machines we will be using. So for that, you will find a document in this section with all links you will need to download the virtual machines and the tools. First, I want you to go to VirtualBox website. Doesn't matter when are you taking this course. I want you to use the last version of each software and operating system. So for that, let's go to this area here. In your left, you will see here downloads. Just go ahead and click, and here you will see VirtualBox, okay, the platform packages. You will select according to the system you are using right now. In my case, I will select this one, Windows Hosts, and as soon as you select, you will see that download will start. I just need to click save to download this, all right? But I already did this, so I will cancel, and this is the first step to download the VirtualBox, all right? So now let's go and download Kali Linux. Just go to this link here, www.kali.org. Just go to this tab here and choose your platform. You will select this one, virtual machines. Select, and here you have two options here, virtual machines documentation. You have the option if you want to use VMware, we will use VirtualBox. But if you are comfortable to use VMware, please go ahead. Just click here to download. But in our case, we are going to use VirtualBox. So I will click here and the download will start. I just need to click here save because I'm using Firefox and click OK. All right, but I already have it, so I will cancel. So now let's move forward and download the Metasploitable machine. The Metasploitable machine is intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. All right, so this system is used to perform penetration tests, security tests, all right, to test some tools to improve your skills in penetration test. Many ethical hackers use this system. This is for education purpose, all right. This is Metasploitable 2, and here you need to note here the username and the password is this one, MSF admin for username and the same for the password. And here, never expose this virtual machine to an untrusted network, right? Because this machine is vulnerable. Now, to download this, you just need to come here, download, just click here, all right? You will see this information here. Your download will start shortly. Just wait. Okay, this is zip file. Just select save and click OK. The download will start. The last thing I want to show you, let's go to OpenVas website, openvas.org, to download the Ghost system, Greenborn operating system, all right? Call it GSM, the short name of Greenborn Security Manager. To do that, you need to follow the link, go to the official website and come here to this icon, test now. Just click, scroll down. If you scroll down, you will see here the virtual machine for VMware and for VirtualBox. Just come here and go to download. Just click here and click this one, download for Oracle VirtualBox now. Go ahead and click here. Just click here to download, to initiate the download. Okay, see you next lesson. Hello guys, now that we are done with downloads, let's go and install VirtualBox. Okay, I have it on my desktop. First I will install VirtualBox and then I will import the virtual machines. So let's go ahead and install VirtualBox. The installation is very easy. You just need to double click and here let's go and click next. All right, next. Yes, install. The installation is done. Let's go and click finish. All right, so now let's go ahead and import our Kali machine. And to import these virtual machines here, what you need to do, you need to go to this option here. You can come from here, for example, you have here import, or you can come from here file and come to here import appliance. Okay, you can click here or click here. Just click here, import. You need to select here and select Kali Linux and click open and next. Here you can adjust some configurations. I suggest you to make some changes here according to the total amount of memory you have. So I will leave it like this and click import. The process will take a while. Just be patient, all right? And the importation is done. So now let's go ahead and import now the GSM. All right, to do that we need to do the same process. Just click tools and come to here, import, browse to choose the virtual machine you want to import, this one, GSM, and click next, revise the configurations and go ahead and click import. Okay, the importation is done. So now let's go ahead and set up Metasploitable. But first we need to extract this Metasploitable. Let's go ahead, right click and go to this option here, extract to Metasploitable. Let's wait. All right, so here we have extracted files. Just go and open it and we have all of this information, but what we need here is this one. As you can see here in type virtual machine disk format, we need this file here. So but first we need to prepare to receive this file. Let's go ahead and create a new virtual machine. Just click tools and click new. Let's name it Metasploitable, and here in type you need to select here Linux, and version you need to select according to your processor type. Okay, in my case I will select this one, Ada Linux 64 bits, and click next. You can leave this amount of memory and click next. And here, instead of creating new hard disk, you need to click the last option, use an existing virtual hard disk file. Select here and browse to locate this file here. And when you are here, you need to come to this icon, add disk image, and let's go to here, locate the extracted files. I will locate the disk here and click open, choose, select and choose, and now I will click here create. All right, so we have our 3 virtual machines here. Okay, so see you in next lesson. Hello guys, so now let's move forward and start up our Kali Linux machine. Let's click here, start. It's starting, it will take a while. Alright, so this is the login page. The username is Kali, all letters in lowercase, and the password is the same, Kali. Let's move forward and click login. Here we go. So the first thing you need to do here is to open up your terminal. You need to update the system. So the command to update the system, first you need to search for the package that can be updated. So just type this command sudo apt update and hit enter. Provide the Kali password, just type Kali lowercase, and the system will try to connect to the official websites to update the package. Okay, we'll source, we'll compare the actual installed package to see if is there any new version. Okay, it will take a while. All right, so here as you can see I have 28 packages that can be upgraded. If you want to see the upgradable, you can type this command here, apt list upgradable. Okay, let's go ahead and type this command. Alright, so here you have the list of the packages you can upgrade, okay? But we won't upgrade one by one. We want to upgrade everything at the same time. So for that, what we need to do, we need to type this command. In the end, you will put here -y, okay? Because during the upgrade, sometimes you can be required to accept something or to accept something. So in this case, if you put here y, you are accepting all changes. And after that, just hit enter. This process can take a long time to finish, okay? Be patient. The download is done. It's now unpacking some packages here. Alright, so we are done now. Alright, so let's go and clean up our terminal with this command clear. Let's go and let's minimize this one, the Kali machine. Let's start this one, Metasploit now. Okay, before you start Metasploit, make sure to go to here to settings and go to network. Make sure you are using Bridget's updater and select here your wireless device or your Ethernet according to what you are using to connect to the network, right? So in my case, I'm using wireless USB adapter. So you need to select this. After that, just click OK and start the machine, starting the service. All right, so we are in the login page now. As you can see here, Metasploitable login. And do you remember the password is here? Login with the username is msf admin and the password the same. Just hit enter and type the same and now type the password msf admin and hit enter. We are logged in now, and what you need to do now, we need to ensure that this machine received a IP address. So for that, let's type this command efconfig and hit enter. As you can see here, we have this IP address 192.168.10.10. All right, so let's confirm this network here. Let's open up our Windows command prompt cmd and let's go to command prompt here. Let's type ipconfig, and as you can see, the network is different here. So in this case, we cannot connect to this virtual machine here. So you need to ensure that this virtual machine is in the same network in order to be able to connect to this. All right, so let's minimize it. All right, so we need to fix this. It happened because this machine normally comes with static IP. All right, we can check sudo nano is an editor, and let's type here etc this path networks interfaces and hit enter. Password for ms admin, just provide the password and hit enter. As you can see here, the primary network interfaces iface eth0 and inet is static, but we won't change nothing here. If you want, we can change from here, but I don't want to change from here. What I'm gonna do, I will close it and I will press Ctrl X to exit. And now I want to set my machine to receive the IP automatically. Okay, to do that, I need to type here sudo client and space, and I need to indicate the nick is this one, eth0, and hit enter. Okay, as you can see here, my nick was set to automatically receive the password. Let's check now. efconfig, hit enter. As you can see here, the IP number changed automatically, right? This one here. And now we have here, so we can try to connect to this machine now using this IP address. Okay, let's go to Kali machine and let's open the browser and let's type here the IP. Okay, as you can see here, we are able to connect to Metasploitable. So let's go and click one of these options here. So now that we are done, this machine here, we won't cover this now. We will cover this when we talk about the Greenbone operating system. Okay, but not now. For now, we will only cover about Kali and Metasploit. So see you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So now I want to show you how to install and how to set up OpenVas. All right. So to do that, just open your terminal and type this command here to install sudo apt install gvm. All right, this is the new way. Instead of typing OpenVas, just type here gvm, short name of Greenbone Vulnerability Manager, and after that just hit enter. This is how you will install, but in Kali Linux, OpenVas is pre-installed, so that's why you see this information here. By default, the gvm is installed, but in order to set up it, you need to do something here. After this, if you are using another Linux version, you can do this to install, but if you are using Kali Linux, you just need to type this command now, sudo gvm setup. All right, what will happen when you hit enter here? The system will set up the gvm and all libraries and all package you will need to start using it. All right, to do that, let's go ahead and hit enter. I already did this, but I just want to show you. Okay, it will try to create a database, migrate database, will checking for the admin user and create if the user does not exist. But I already did this, that's why you are seeing this information here. As you can see, okay, gvm already exists. Okay, and after that, this process, you will see this process here for you. In your case, if it's is the first time you run this command, this process will take long time. Doesn't matter if you have a 10 or 20 MPs internet speed, it doesn't matter. Okay, so be patient and wait until the process is finished. All right, I already did this. All right, but after this process, you will see something like this. Let me open this picture here. Let me open it. What you will see something like this. Okay, and the most important thing here you need to see is this area here, these three lines here. You see here done, and please note the password for admin use. Okay, during this process, the system will create admin user for you. So with that user, you will be able to access the gvm via the browser. All right, and because of that, the system creates the admin user and it will create for you the password. So you need to note this password here. Just copy this password because you will need to use to log in, and after that you can change the password. Okay, but for the first login, just copy this password here. All right, just copy, select and copy this password. All right, let me go back to my terminal. All right, it is still working on update. Let's wait until it ends and we will continue. All right. All right, so after that, if the process is finished, what you need to do, you need to check if the installation is okay or not, if is there any issue with the installation or not. To do that, just type this command here, sudo gvm check setup. All right, this one here, and hit enter. Okay, as you can see here, the version, and it is checking for all packages and all libraries needed to use the OpenVas. Okay, and here we have error here, Greenbone Security Assistant too old or too new. All right, and please install Greenbone Security Assistant. And as you can see here, this error, UGVM installation is not yet complete. So what we need to do, we need to correct this error here. To fix this error, what you need to do, you need to type this command here, sudo nano, because we need to make some change here, and follow this path here and hit enter. All right, just scroll down and you need to find this line here, GSA major. Just come here and delete the number 0. Just delete it and hit Control O, and after that just hit enter to write the new configuration, and now just hit Control X to exit. All right, so after this you need to check again. Let's use this command again, gvm check setup, to verify if the error is gone or not. Let's hit enter. So as you can see, the installation is okay now. As you can see here, seems like UKVM installation is okay. So the problem is solved. All right. So another thing you need to see here, if you go back, for example, you see here, for example, here Greenborn Security Assistance Service is active, so the service is already running. All right, so if you type here sudo gvm start, this is the command we use to start the gvm, and you hit enter, you will see, you will receive this error here, this error message here saying that something is already using the port. This is the port used by gvm. All right, what you need to do, you just need to ignore it. Just open your browser, the server is already running. Just open your browser and go to Firefox. You need to type here this address, https, okay, like this, 127.0.0.1, and you need to indicate to provide here the port 9392 and hit enter. You will receive this warning, okay, because of the certificate. Just ignore it, go to this option here, advanced, and scroll down, and here you have this option, accept the risk and continue. Just click here. All right, so here is the login page. Don't forget the password you just copied. All right, for me, as I changed the password, I already changed my password, so the username is admin, and you need to provide the password. Just paste here. Okay, let me provide mine and sign in. As you can see, I logged in here. All right, so let me close. In next lesson, I will show you how we can change or reset the password. Okay, so here, the next thing I want to show you here, let me close the browser. All right, this is error message. Okay, but let's suppose that you want to start the server. To stop the server, you just need to type here sudo gvm stop. Let's stop the gvm, stopping OpenVas service. Okay, it's done. Okay, it's done. So if you go back to the browser, you won't be able to access it. You can go to the page, here, https, let me provide the IP. As you can see, I'm here in the login page, but if I type my data here, because I stopped the process, okay, the service, and I will type here the password. All right, so as you can see, you see this error. An error occurred during making the request. Most likely the web server does not respond. All right, when you see this error here, means that the server is not running, the service is not running. What you need to do, you can just minimize it. You need to come here because we stopped the server. Let's clean up the terminal. What you need to do when it happens, you need to start the server. Okay, sudo gvm start. I want to show you how it looks like when it's starting. All right, you will see this information here, and as you can see here, the IP you need to type. As you can see here, it's opening. Okay, this is how it looks like, okay, when it is starting the service. All right, so now let's go back to the browser, and we are already here. Okay, you can just copy and paste. So what I need to do here, I can open another tab. So here now let me log in. As you can see, now it's working. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, now I want to show you two things here. I want to show you how you can change your password and how you can reset. Change, I'm assuming that you remember your password and you want to change, but reset, I'm assuming that you don't remember your password. Okay, so now I want to show you how to do that. First, if you want to change your password, you just need this icon and select my settings and go to this icon here, edit my settings, and here don't worry about this, I will explain in future lessons about this, these options, don't worry. But for password here, you need to type the old password if you want to change, and here you will type the new password. If you want, the system can generate a password for you, but I don't want that, and I need to confirm here the password. Right, so as you can see here, confirmation matches new password. Right, so now I can click here save, and let me log out and log in again, my username and my new password. As you can see, I signed in. As you can see, it works. So now let's reset the password. Assuming that I forgot my password, okay, how can I reset my password? It's very simple. Just open up your terminal, and here we'll type this command. Okay, you need to type this entire command here if you want to change. This is part of the command. This is the user, the gvm user. You need to select this, you need to type this, and here This is the reference that you want to provide the username hyphen user equal to admin. Here you need to put the username you want to change the password. All right. In my case, I want to change the password of admin user, and here we have the new password. This is part of command, and equal. Here you need to put the new password. All right. So here I will let this one admin. Just go ahead and hit enter. Provide your Kali password. So now the password is changed. We can go and try now. Let's go to the Greenborn Security Assistant. Let's log out. Okay, so now let's log in. Admin. Let's provide the password admin. As you can see, it worked for me. All right. So that's it. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So now I want to show you what you can do if you need help here. Okay, for example, you want to have a better understanding regarding to dashboards or something else. All right, so what you need to do, for example, let's suppose that I'm here in the reports and I need help. What you need to do, you need to come to this icon here and just click it. It will take you to the manual, directly to the reports, for example, in this case. All right, so if you scroll down, you will see informations here regarding to reports. Okay, the same happen for each tab. For example, dashboards, if I click here, I will go to the manual and I will see information regarding to dashboards, and I can see how to edit dashboard display, organize displays in dashboards, and so on. So every time you need help, you forget something, for example, you can come here and see. We have this option for each tab, even for here resilience. So another thing I want to talk to you, you can come here, help, and select user manual. It will open the entire manual. So here, as you can see, you just need to come here and see what you want. You can scroll down and you will find here options and instructions of how to do this, how to set up, or everything. Okay, instead of going to Google, you can come here first to see. For example, we have here scanning a system. If we go here, let's click here and scroll down, you see you have here instructions to create a task. All right, to use a task wizard, as you can see, with images, and you have here explanation for each option you will find here. All right, so do this. If you forget something, how to create target and much more, you can come here. All right, see you next lesson. Welcome back. We have some updates here as we are using the version 22.4 of GSA or OpenVas. So here, as you can see, the login page has changed. Let me log in here. Now we have this Greenbone Source Edition here logo. All right, so let's go and log in, sign in here just to see. In this lesson, there are many other changes here, but I just want to be focused on this help tab here and the user manual. So I want to show you what is different here. Let's go to user manual. As you can see here, the manual is based on the Greenbone OS operating system. All versions you are going to see when you log in to GSA and you come here to help, you will see help in manual. You will see that the manual is following the version of the Greenbone OS. Why that? Because this GSA is included in the GOS. So the GSA is just a part of the GOS. That's why the manual is covering the Greenbone OS, because the GSA is incorporated here. And here we have some changes in terms of functionalities, as you can see. And you can come here always, as I said in previous videos, that when you need help, you need to come here. Probably there are some difference, mainly if you see some difference in the GOS system and also in this GSA, you can come here to see how to set up things. This manual is very, very comprehensive and is easy to follow. They have images here, as you saw in previous videos. So you can come here and certify and check everything you want here. Probably in this manual, I didn't went through all of this manual yet, but probably there are some new features here that we can learn about. All of this, we have the options, create tickets. We are going to talk about that, tickets, overrides during the lessons. This is what you are going to do if you want to get more information about all of the features we have here. And you have this one, standard scan using command line, although we don't cover that in this training. But if you want to learn more about this, if you want to perform scans using commands, you can come here and do this. Okay, you can come here and learn it by yourself. So let's go back here, and here we can go about. Also, we can go here to check that even the GSA version is 22.4.0. All of this information seems to be the same. The most important thing is the version we are using right now. This is what we have. This is what we have here in terms of changes. Okay, in terms of change, always consider to come here and to see how to set up something instead of going to the Google. Even the goals architecture here, you can come here and see the goals architecture. The big difference here between the goals architecture and the community edition is this part here. We don't have this component. Let me click here to see, yeah, if we can see it bigger. Okay, we explained about the goals, I mean the community edition architecture. Okay, but here we have, if we look to this architecture here, we will see that the main difference comparing this Greenbone community edition with this Greenbone OS is this one here. The difference is here. Here we have the goals administration. We will cover it during the training. We'll see how to set up this goals OS, and also we have the goals control layer and system configuration, can perform configuration. Now in this GSA here, we can do configurations using this GASA. We can do configurations here, but when we are using the goals, we can perform configuration to the system directly here, or directly from the system. Don't worry about this. We are going to cover this in deep because when we are talking about the ghost system. And also we have the Greenbone operating system. I mean, this is the Greenbone operating system, and these are the components of this Greenbone operating system. We will cover these three. We will cover this. Okay, we will cover this, and you can see from the architecture that the goals control layer is the one that interacts with all of these components inside. Okay, it's because of this that when we are using the goals, we can access the Greenbone security assistant and all other components, and even access the target system, all of it, and get Greenbone enterprise feed, all of this because of this. Don't worry about this. We will talk in deep about the goals system. These are the major updates I wanted to bring up to you in this lesson. See you in next lesson. Hello guys. So now I want to talk to you about the difference between the commercial version of Greenbone solutions and the community version. What's the main difference between these two? Okay, first let's go to help and use a manual. As you can see here in this manual, let's go and click this Greenbone Security Manager overview. All right, so the Greenbone Security Manager, the Greenbone Solutions offers us different solutions. The physical appliances and the virtual appliances. Both are for the enterprise, okay? Both are commercial. The physical appliance and the virtual appliance, when you want to buy one of these, they will provide you a device, right? And it comes with Ethernet ports and much more information, hard drive. It comes with own operating system and much more. All right, so this is the type of solutions, and now they have the new one, the cloud solutions. Okay, but here in this manual you will see these two, the physical appliance and the virtual appliance. Both of them, even the physical, even the virtual, they will provide you a device. Okay, but here you can see some difference between these devices. All right, if you want, you can scroll down and you will see the difference in this table. For example, you will see the difference of almost all solutions. They have use case, okay, because each device is according, they will suggest you to use according to the size of your company or your organization. Okay, as you can see here, this one, GSM, for large enterprise service providers and so on. And here we will see here the virtual appliances, and you will see here, as I told you, is a virtual appliance, but you will see this device here and each sensors. All right. So if you want, you can come here and see the use case of each device here and decide if you want to purchase one for you or not. Okay, this is very important. And the main difference between these enterprise solutions and the community solution, the community version, the community version is this one we install in the here, for example, in Kali Linux. The difference is when you purchase a device or when you contract the professional version, the commercial version, you will receive a full support. They will guide you and help you to set up everything you need. They will be there for you, and they will give you the professional feed. Okay, your system won't be updated by the community feed. Okay, you will be your solution, your system will be updated with the professional feed. All right, that's the difference, that's the main difference. Okay, here in community version, for example, if you will see, you will note that when you go to the forum, the Greenbones forum, you will see that some questions they won't answer you that questions because you are using a community version. But when you are using a commercial version, they support you. You will have access to them to send any mail requesting guidelines and so on. And these devices depends on not only the size of the organization but the number of the IPs you will want to scan. Okay, this is very important if you decide to buy one of these. Okay, that's all for this lesson. See you next lesson. So another thing you can do if you need help, you can go to the website of the Greenborn team. All right, so for that you can open another tab and type here openvas.org. It will take you to this page here. Okay, as you can see, OpenVas by Greenborn, and here you can come to this icon here, community forum. Just click it, and here you will find the forum, so you can sign up if you want. So here you will find some solutions and information regarding to OpenVas, and not only OpenVas but another service that the company sell. All right, so here you can find here frequent asked questions. You can see here some errors. Okay, so if you want, you can come here all categories and change the category. If it is one source edition, you can just select it and you will see information regarding to that version. Okay, you have here, for example, about KVM 20.08 and 21.04. So here you can find help if you need. This is another way, but honestly, real talk now, I don't like this forum because they know that many people that come here are using a community version, the free version of OpenVas. Sometimes you will make question and you won't have answer. Okay, but sometimes you will have answer and others not. But if you want, you can come here. Sometimes you will find solutions here. Okay, that's true. You will find solution. You can come here and see because your error or your issues, maybe someone faced that before, and here you can find the solution. All right. Okay, that's all. You can change your category and you can see here tags regarding to the versions. For example, you can scroll down here. This is good to come here and you can scroll down to filter the information or the issue you are looking for solution. For example, here vulnerability tests. If you click here, you'll see information regarding to vulnerability tests and so on. All right. See you in next lesson. And the last thing I want to show you here, it will help you very much. So what you can do here, you can select here, you can choose the category if you want. Okay, as I mentioned, you can choose the category, but the most important thing here, if you don't want to spend time looking for solution, you can come here, all tags, select here, and you will search according to the tag. All right, so for example, you have here duplicate, and you can select here, for example, solved. Okay, and the system will bring to you all solved issues. All right, so these are all solved issues according to this category here, Greenbone Professional Edition. So if you want, you can change or select here all categories and tag all tags, select here solved. All right, so all of these results are regarding to solved issues. And the best thing here is that you can look for your problem using this tag. For example, we selected here all categories and solved. And if I want to make a search, you see here is already marked. So all keywords I will use here will be used with this tag, solved tag. All right. For example, let's try here connection refused and hit enter. Okay, as you can see here, connection refused, and using this tag. So I will have here all solved issues according to this keyword I used here. All right. So this is the last thing I want to show you. See you in next lesson. Welcome back. In this video, I just want to show you some changes on this website, okay, mainly on the community forum. I'm on the website openvas.org, but we have some changes here. Let's go again to community forum. You will realize that the page is different now, looks very good now. So here we have the new Greenbone community portal. This is new one. If you scroll down, you will see here that you have some help here. If you are new in OpenVas, you can get started here. You have the option to check, for example, which version to use and how to install Greenbone Vulnerability Manager. Let's click here, and then we will go on this page shortly. And also you have how do I, for example, if you want to troubleshoot the installation, you want to upgrade the installation, you want to know about this, you get information regarding to this, you just need to come here and click learn more. And also under the hood, if you want to go deep in knowledge inside of Greenbone solutions, for example, you can see, but this is something that is coming soon, as we can see. And down below as well, we have some new design here. You can come here and check. You can click here, the first option, to see what is new in this forum. And if we want to go, let's go first for these tabs here. You get some instructions about how to install this community version. Is the one that is free, open source, the one we install in Kali Linux. And also you can see information here regarding to build from source for those guys that are using, for example, Ubuntu. If you want, you can just come here to build from the source. And here in how do I, you have some informations, for example, in structure here, change the admin password. You have the instruction using GOS. We'll talk about the GOS system, but here you have the option. If you want to raise it or to change the password, you have the option to change the password here. And also we have some very good information here for you to get started and familiarize it with this. So here, Greenbone community, this is the new portal, seems the same with this one here. Okay, let's go now to the Greenbone community forum to see. All right, so mainly the very big difference here is the layout of the website, but the information, the way you can look for information is the same as I showed in the previous videos. You can use the same method. I just wanted to bring this to show you the new design of this new website. And I strongly suggest you to subscribe to this forum. It will help you a lot. And if you have knowledge about OpenVas, also you can support people here. I used it to do that before. Now I don't used to have much time, but sometimes I used to come here to see the news, the improvements of the application. This is a very good website to be ahead in terms of information or of updates of the Greenbone community support. See you in next video. The results of the scans, the vulnerabilities here in the system, are classified as log, higher, low, medium, according to severity class. All right, but now I want to show you how the system can classify it. Okay, what is the mechanism that is used to classify the vulnerabilities? All right, for that we need to go to here, help, and select this CVSS calculator. Before I explain you this, okay, we have two versions of calculator here, version 2 and version 3. So now before we start with this, let's go to help. I want to explain you something here. Let's go to this point here. Okay, the CVSS is a short name of Common Vulnerability Scoring System. Alright, so this was invented to support the interpretation of vulnerability. And as you can see here, the CVSS is an industry standard for describing the severity of security risk in computer systems. So now, if we scroll down, you will see some informations here regarding to the formulas that is used by the CVSS calculator to determine and to classify the vulnerabilities. Here we have information regarding to access vector, requires local access. Here you can see the score, and we have the score, authentication, and here we have the impact, and so on. And now, as you can see here, we have the classification. The classification, for example, regarding to access complexity, we have higher 0.35 and so on. Okay, so now let's go back to our calculator. We have two here. We have here from metrics. We have access vector is the way the scanner will access the target. Okay, and according to that, here you can see local, adjacent, and network. Okay, let's leave here local. As you can see here, severity is 0.0, and access complexity, if we put here, for example, higher, nothing happened here with severity. And we have here the authentication side. We can select here multiple authentication, for example. And here we have these three principles of security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If your information is secure, must have this in place: confidentiality, and here integrity. That information won't be changed, won't be replaced by non-authorized user. And here we have availability. Availability is regarding to make the information available for those who have access to that information. All right, so let's go here, confidentiality. Let's click complete. You see the severity start to change. And integrity, let's put here complete, you see, and let's put here availability, let's put complete. All right, but if we change here access vector, let's put network, you will see that the severity is increasing. All right, the same here, we can try here, you can try to change some. You see here we have access vector, but here we have attack vector. Let's put here physical. All right, and here we have attack complexity. Privilege required, let's put here higher, nothing changed with severity. And user interaction required. All right, scope confidentiality high, you see, let's put here high, and availability high. As you can see, this is the most important, one of the most important things when we talk about security, information security. All right, you need to make sure that these principles are in place and the rules are in place. Okay, see you in next lesson. So now I want to show you, for example, for NVDA, CVA, CPAs, and so on, we can update these technologies here. All right, so let's go to administration and come to here feed status. As you can see, you have here feed status. You have the type of feed. We have here NVDA, SCAPI, CERT, these for these advisors, and we have here GVMD data, and it includes compliance policies, port lists, report formats, and scan configs. So here we have the content, NVDA, CVA, CPA, OVAL. So if we update SCAPI, we'll update these technologies here, okay? And the origin, we can see the origin, Greenbone community feed, Greenbone community SCAPI feed, and so on. And here we have the version, and here we have the status. The idea is to let this feed status always in current, so it means that you are up to date. All right, so how to update it? Let's suppose that I want to update only the NVDAs or the SCAPI only, or if you want to update all of this technology, I will show you right now. Okay, let's open up our terminal and let me type here. If you want to update NVDAs, for example, or SCAPI, you just need to type sudo greenbone, and if you don't know exactly what you want, you can just click tab and it will show you more options. Okay, Greenbone cert data is regarding to this one here, cert. We have here Greenbone feed sync to sync the seed, and here we have Greenbone NVDA to update this NVDA here, and we have here SCAPI data to update this SCAPI data. All right, so if we want to update something, just select and hit enter, and you will see here. As you can see, I'm up to date here. I'm using the current version. As you can see, that's why this update was very short, right? But you can update. For example, let's suppose that we want to update NVTase. I want to show you something here in Born. All right, so let's select here NVTase. Let's select here and hit enter. You see this error here. You cannot use this command here. The right command to use is this one. On Debian, the command must be run as underscore gvm use. All right, so for that you need to select this command here. You can copy this copy selection and you can paste here, and now you can hit enter to update. Okay, as you see here, the status changed to update in progress. All right, so if you want to update everything at once, you can do that. This command that I will show you now is what I recommend. All right, here you can see how old is the update. As you can see here, is 2 days old. So now if you want to update everything at once, what you need to do is to type this command here, sudo, you type gvm -feed update. All right, if you type this command, this will update all of this technology, and hit enter. Okay, the update has been started. As you can see here, the update is in progress. So here is updating gvmg data, and now is updating skp data. Now is updating the cert data, as you can see. All right, so the update is done, but we still see this message here, 4 days old. Okay, this is not problem. It means that there is no any new update now. All right, that's why it shows us here current, but here 4 days old. All right, there is no current update. All right, this is the last update. There is no more. Okay, you can test tomorrow and so on, but for now this is the last update. Okay, see you in next lesson. In this lesson we will cover the legal stuff regarding to OpenVas. All right, so for that we need to go to the manual. Let's go to help and click here user manual. Okay, scroll down, let's select this number 2, read before use. As you know, the Greenbone Security Manager is a system to find vulnerabilities, and it needs to communicate with the target system. All right, to analyze and to find the vulnerabilities, of course. Okay, so we need to take a note of this first. It is the fundamental task of GSM to find and identify otherwise undetected vulnerability. To a certain extent, the scanner has to behave like a real attack would. Alright, so because of that, you need to make sure that you have permission to scan each computer in your organization or anywhere. You need to make sure that you have the appropriate documentation, because if you don't have that and you start scanning, you can be in trouble because of that. I want to talk with you about this section here, this note. Be aware of the following general side effects. As you know, in many countries, access computer or system without authorization is a crime. So if you do that without permission, sometimes you can be in really trouble, and you can go to the jail because of that. Okay, so here are some notes. First note: log and alert message may show up on the target system. Of course, if the system has in place intrusion detection or some antivirus can create some logs. Alright, log and alert message may show up on firewalls, and intrusion detection prevention system intrusion prevention measure may be triggered. Alright, so scans may increase latency on the target and or the scanned network, in extreme case resulting in situations similar to deny of service DOS attack. Okay, so that's why even if you have permission to do these scans, it's a good behavior to tell the company. Okay, if you are not, you won't do this in your company or in another company, is good behavior to make they know that sometimes some servers can stop. Okay, scans may trigger bugs in fragile or insecure application, resulting in faults or crashes. Okay, this is another note. And scans may result in user account being blocked due to the test of default username and on the configuration that the system has. Alright, logins via SSH or FTP are done against the target system for banner grabbing purpose. You need to make sure all of this that you know all about this. Alright, embedded system and elements of operational technology with weak network are especially subject to possible crashes or even broken device. Ensure that you are aware of all of this, because you can put this information. For example, you are preparing the document that you and your company or the company you want to perform a scan will sign. You need to put all of this. All right, always make sure you have permission to perform scan. All right, see you next lesson. All right, so before we start to create scans, tasks, and so on. I want to talk to you about this tab here, Sec Info. Sec Info, here in this tab, Sec Info, we will find information regarding NVDA, CVAs, CPAs, ovals, and so on, oval definitions, and so on. These technologies here, call it SCAPI, all right? It's because of this technology that during the scans, we can find out the host type, we can find information regarding to the platforms and much more. Okay, so now we'll talk about NVTs. Okay, let's click here, NVTs. What's an NVTs? NVTs is a short name of network vulnerability tests. These are scripts that perform tests to find vulnerabilities. It's because of these network vulnerabilities during the scan, OpenVas can determine and find vulnerabilities in the targets. So here in this chart, you find here information regarding to NVTs. This is not regarding the scans or wherever. This is regarding the all NVTs available in the system. We have here NVTs by severity class, the numbers, and here we have NVTs by creation time, and here we have NVTs by family. So here we have the severity class, we have here low, and here we have high, and we have the range that the vulnerability will be classified high if the number is from 7 to 10, and low if the number is 0.1 to 3.9, and we have here medium that goes from 4 to 6.9. So here we have the families, and you can adjust this chart. We will see it when we cover dashboard. So here we have the name. This is the name of the vulnerability, right? These are network vulnerability tests. So it means this, for example, this script here of this vulnerability, when we run the scan in the target system, it will look for this information. Okay, we will look for information regarding to this. If the scanner finds this vulnerability, automatically will classify it as medium, and the same happen for each NVT here. Okay, here we have the name of the NVT, we have the family, we have here, for example, family general, and this deny of service. So it will look for vulnerability regarding to deny of service. Here we have the creation date, modified date of this NVT, and here we have the CVA assigned for the specific vulnerability, and here we have solution type to eliminate the vulnerability. We will talk about these types here. We have here the severity of each NVT. We have here medium, low, and here we have the code means quality of detention. All right, so that's it for NVTs. See you in next lesson. Moving forward, we have here CPAs. Is short name of common platform enumeration. So this common platform enumeration is because of this that during the scan we can find out what is the system of the target, what is the platform, and much more. All right, so to have a better understand, let me go to the manual. Let me click here, help, and if we scroll down, you will see here this information here. We have here information, common platform enumeration. We have here information regarding the part. Part means hardware, operating system, application. And here we have information regarding to the vendor. And here we have additional components. Okay. Any example, CPE slash O meaning operating system, and we have here CPE slash A meaning application. This is the way, and here you can see this part is regarding to this. Okay, this is the information that comes here. We have here the vendor, the product, the version, update, edition, and language. Okay, let's go back. As you can see here, we have name. A, we just saw that is for application. Forward. Oh, let's click here to see only the higher. We have the title, modify a date, and here you have severity. We only are seeing here high because I select here high, but if I clean the filter, I can clean it. Okay, we have much more information. We have log, low, medium, high, and not applicable. All right, so see you next lesson. So now let's go to sec info again, and we have here CVAs. CVA is a short name of common vulnerability and exposure. Okay, this number, this CVA, is a number that is assigned for any official vulnerability. For example, if we discover a new 0-day vulnerability, we can submit it, this vulnerability, to this vulnerability receive a number. That number will be unique for that specific vulnerability. So when we want to know more about specific vulnerability, or if we copy this number and put it on Google, we will find information regarding the vulnerability assigned with this number. Okay, these numbers here, these CVE numbers, is assigned for all vulnerability, all off-shelf vulnerabilities. All right, and this is the way it is done. As you see here, you have the CVA, the year that vulnerability was assigned, and the unique number. You see here, this number is unique for this vulnerability, for this specific. As you can see here, this CVA, you can see the description here. You see the description, and you can see here the date this CVA was published, and you will see sometimes you can see here information regarding the CVSS base vector, and here you will see the severity. All right, so if we move forward, okay, you see here the base vector, and you see here the severity. It means that each CVA number is associated with some vulnerability, okay, or log in this system. So it can help us understand more about that vulnerability and find solution to fix that vulnerability. That's why this CVA is very important. All right, so but not all vulnerabilities have CVA number. So here you can see the severity and so on. That's it. See you next lesson. So now let's suppose that you discover a new vulnerability and you want to assign a number for that vulnerability, because you can use, for example, the OpenVas or another software, or you can develop your own software to look for vulnerability. And when you discover that vulnerability, you can request any CVE ID number to be assigned to that vulnerability. All right. For that, what you need to do, you need to come to this page here, as you can see, to this site, and you come to this area here, request CVE IDs. Just click it, and here, if you want to request a CVE ID, first you need to read this and understand. All right, this is for new users who want to request for CVE IDs. Okay, first they want you to locate the current CVE numbering authority. All right, CNA. You need to locate this first. This is the first step. And the second thing you need to do, you need to contact the CNA using the contact method provided. All right, you need to contact this company, this entity. And the last thing, you need to make sure that the vulnerability you discover it is new. All right, is new and is not known. All right, so that's the first thing. First, you need to locate the current CVE number authority. Secondly, you need to contact the CNA. Okay, so you can come here, or you can just click here to see that information and to contact this company. But if you ensure that all of these three are true for you, what you need to do, you need to scroll down until the end of the page. Okay, and you can come here and request for CVE request web form. Okay, you need to click here, CVE request web form. All right, we'll click it right now, but make sure you see this information. Okay, this information I will show you in few minutes, but this PGP key is available for encrypted communication. For example, let's suppose that you will send your request for new CVE ID number, and you want the reply of your request come encrypted. All right, so what you need to do, you need to use this public key here. So for that, you just need to download here. All right, to use encrypted communications. Okay, you will see it in few minutes. Let's go ahead and click this link here, CV request web form, and let's go. As you can see here, submit a CVE request. So what you need to do, you need to come here, and here you need to select what you want: report vulnerability, request CVE ID, or just request a block of IDs. Okay, for CNAs only. You need to choose what you want. For example, let's suppose you want this one. We want to report a vulnerability, and as you see here, enter your email address. You need to provide your email address, and here you need to provide this. You need to add these emails here. Okay, and here you need to provide the PGR key to encrypt. Okay, if you would like us to send an encrypted response, provide the PGP key. All right, this is what I was talking about here. You need to download this. Click here to download this PGP key. Okay, if you want to receive an encrypted response. And here number of vulnerability reported or ID requested. All right. So here you need to provide the number. How many vulnerabilities you want to report? And you need to select these options here. They want you to make sure that the vulnerability is not new. That's why I have verified that this vulnerability is not in CNA coverage. Okay, just click here and this one, and you will fill these options here. Select here if it is a buffer overflow, cross-site requests for query, and so on. Just select it, and here you need to provide the vendor of that product or products according to the number of the vulnerability you found. Okay, and after that, after filling all of this, you just need to come here and submit the request. Okay, so that's all for this lesson. See you in next lesson. So now let's talk about OVAL definition. Okay, let's click here. OVAL is a short name of Open Vulnerability and Assessment Language. And OVAL definition is used to describe vulnerabilities, configuration settings, compliance, and much more. Okay, and here we have the name, here we have the version, and sometimes we see here the name of the application associated with the OVAL. Okay, Microsoft Access 2003 is installed. So this OVAL definition during the scan will look into target to determine if this software is installed or not. All right, here we have the status, we have the class, here we have the created date, modified date. We will see here, supposed to see here some CVEs, and we have here the severity. So for better understand of OVAL definition, let's go to the website. So here I want to talk to you about these four many classes of OVAL definitions. Right, this one, OVAL vulnerability definition, tests that determine the presence of vulnerability on the system. So during the scan, we have OVALs to determine presence of vulnerabilities on the system. OVAL compliance definition, tests that determine whether the configuration settings of the system meets a security policy looking for compliance. And this one will do an inventory of the software. Right, here, as you can see here, tests that whether a specific piece of software is installed on the system. And we have here the last one, OVAL patch definition, tests that determine whether a particular patch is appropriate for a system. Okay, these are the four main classes of OVAL definitions. Okay, and its importance, as you can see here, we have the charts, we have OVAL definitions by severity class, we have OVAL definition by creation time, and so on. OVAL definition by class. Okay, we have compliance, inventory, we have here patch, vulnerabilities, and so on. Okay, see you in next lesson. We are at the end of this section, and during the lessons in this section, you may realize that you did not find the OVAL definitions. If you come here to SecInfo, you will see that the OVAL definitions is not available right here. Why that? The version if you cannot see, it means that you are using the updated version of Greenbone Security Assistant, and nothing is wrong. What happens is there are some updates and OVAL definition were removed by the Greenbone team. You can see this document. You will find this website in the training resources, Greenbone Community Edition 22.4, and here we have the information about Notos scanner as we discussed it before, and also we have information here. We have information about the removed legacy features. Some of the things they removed here, they removed the scanner type OSP scanner, the unified scanner control lawyer. We discussed about it when we spoke about the architecture, and also they removed the OVAL definitions. So the reason why you cannot see now, but I decided to let that in the lesson because maybe someone is using the old version, and it's very important. All vulnerability scanners using almost the same approach, so it's very important. That's why I did not remove this lesson. I prefer to do this lesson right now, explaining why you are not able to see this. If you follow this link here, you will find information regarding the source code release. You can find this information here. You can go deep and learn more about Lotus Scanner, and also the GSA and so on. So if you cannot see oval definitions and other features, is because you are using the latest one, and here you can see the removed legacy features. And one of them in this lesson I want to point out is this one, removed oval definition. Reason why when you come to GSA you are not able to see that. This is all for this lesson. See you in next lesson. Finally, we have these two options here. We have cert bound advisors and DFN cert advisor. Let's go and click this first. These are just advisors, okay, that will provide more information regarding to vulnerabilities, will provide sometimes documentation to find the solution to fix the vulnerabilities. And here we have the name, we have the title here, the created date and time, we have the CVEs associated with, and we have here the severity, all right, the severity associated with each advisor. And the same happen for this one here, the FN cert. We have the same information, like they are advisors. If we click here, for example, we will see this. For example, we see here this one here, we have 44 CVEs associated with this specific vulnerability in this advisor. If we click this sign here, we will go down. You see we have a short summary, we have here the title, and we have the reference CVEs as you can see here, and you have here a link. If you want to know more about this, you can just go and click this. All right, this is the main goal of these two, cert bound advisors and DFN cert advisors. Okay, and here we have the charts. Here we have the charts and so on. If you want, you can go forth to see more information and more details regarding to this. All right, see you next lesson. Hello guys, before we start talking about this technology here on this tab sec info, I want to explain you about this technology. The collection of this technology are called SCAPE. But what is SCAPE? Let's go to this icon here, help, and let's scroll down. All right, over here, SCAPE is a short name of Security Content Automation Protocol. All right, and this Security Content Automation Protocol is provided by this organization here, National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. NIST, this company provides solutions for different areas around the world. All right, let's click here to open this. This NIST provides the National Vulnerability Database called NVD. All right, the NVD is a data repository for the vulnerability management of the US government, and this NVD provides different databases, including the following: checklists, vulnerabilities database regarding to vulnerabilities, CVEs, CPEs, and much more, and information regarding to misconfigurations, products, and threats metrics. All right, and this database, the NVD, the National Vulnerability Database, uses the SCAPE combination of different standards. All right, and it includes languages such as OVAL. We'll talk about OVAL here. We have all of this, but in Greenborn Vulnerability Management, we will talk about OVAL, okay, the Open Vulnerability and Assessment Language. It includes CPE, CVE. We will talk about these two because are available here. And we'll talk about the CVSS, Common Vulnerability Scoring System. All right, this is the calculator that allows the system to classify the severity of vulnerabilities. Okay, so now let's go to this website here, this NIST. As you can see here, if you scroll down, you will see solutions regarding the service and the resources. As you can see, Computer Security Resources Center, Communication Technology Laboratory, Information Technology, and much more. As you can see here, they support with standards to different areas such as artificial intelligence, climate, communication, cybersecurity, health and bioscience, and so on. If you go, for example, to this area here, cybersecurity, you will see more information regarding to this, the standards and solution that this company provides to the organizations around the world. Let's go here. because their mission is to make the world a safe place. Okay, you can see here, for example, information regarding to risk management framework. If you click here, you will be moved to a website, to another website or another page here, and you can see here essential activities to prepare the organization to manage security and privacy risks. Okay, and you can download these documents here. All right, and here we have information to prepare your environment to make it safe. You have here information to categorize, to select, okay, to implement, and here and much more information, even to monitor, continuously monitor, control, implementation, and risk to the system. So with this information here, you will be guided to make your system safe. You can come to here, for example, here, prepare. And if you open here and you scroll down, you will have here resource for implementers. If you want to implement this, you can just click to download one of these documents or both to see the instructions. Okay, let's open up. And for example, in this document, you will find informations about this, all right? General prepared steps, frequent questions, okay? You will find all of this information that can help you, will help you to make your system safe. As you know, the vulnerability management is a process, and as much as you know about vulnerabilities, about implementations, and about security, is better for you, all right? And you will be able to make your information security information system more safe. Okay, so now let's go back and open this national vulnerability database, the NVD. All right, this is the website of the NVD. You will find this. The national vulnerability database is very good behavior when you used to come to this website and learn more about the company behind the standards, behind the CVEs, and so on, because you understand the process. Okay, you understand the process, you understand how it works for better implementations in future of securities. All right, so here you will find the website, and you will find more information about this. All right, so it's all for now. We will continue in next lesson. All right, regarding to hosts, these are not all options we have here. I want to show you another options. All right, so let me open here another tab, and let me go to the manual, user manual. Let's type here target, and let's go to this 10, scanning a system. Let's scroll down, and here you have more options here, as you can see. All right, so you have more option. We covered this option to type the IP, and here you can provide a host name, for example, as you can see here. And here, if you can see here, you can see singly IPv6 address. Okay, this is the way you can provide IPv6 to scan. This is a long format, as you can see here, and you have here the short format. All right, and you see here you have the way, if you want to scan entire network, you can use this option here for IPv6. Okay, this is very important. If you forget something about how to do this, okay, you can come here and look for more information, for more details here. All right, see you next lesson. All right, so now we'll talk about port list. Okay, in port list we have only three options. The first is all IANA assigned TCP, all IANA assigned TCP and UDP, and all TCP and Nmap top 100 UDP. All right, so first, what's IANA? IANA is a short term of Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. IANA is an authority that provides official port numbers for specific servers, such as SSH port 22, such as SMTP port 23, and so on. IANA responsibility to provide official numbers to specific service and protocols. All right, so here we have these three options here. We have all, we will use, if we select this one, the system will use all IANA assigned TCP ports and so on. So if we want, we can create the ports, but before that, I want to show you more information regarding to IANA. If you want to know, for example, which ports are that, we can go to another tab and we could use a manual. we can type here IANA and click enter, and we can come here, manage the performance and scroll down, and here you have more information regarding to IANA. The following port lists are predefined on GSM. Alright, here you can see all IANA assigned TCP ports on this date, okay, and all TCP port assigned by IANA on 10th of February 2012. Okay, and you can see here the TCP and UDP ports and the date that that port was assigned. And here, as you can see here all TCP and Nmap top 100 UDP ports and all TCP ports and the top 100 UDP port according to Nmap 5.51. This is a reference, okay? So here you will see, if you look for this reference, you will see more information regarding to the port assigned to this number. All right, see you in next lesson. Now we have here a live test. All right, this is a test that will be performed to determine if the host is online or offline. By default, we have scan config default. Okay, this is the default one, but we have here ICMP ping. This ICMP is short term of internal control message protocol. Is because of this protocol, when we ping for a host that is offline, we receive error message. We receive that error message because of this protocol here. Okay, another thing we have here, TCP ACK service ping. This is type of ping, but this ping here works as the same as this one, TCP SYN service ping. But the difference between these two is because this one sometimes can be blocked by the firewall, but this one can bypass the firewall. For example, here, if the firewall blocks this ping, this will consider that the host is offline. But this one, this TCP SYN, the ping will start, and if the firewall try to block any specific port, this ping will try another port until determine if the host is really offline or online. And we have another one here, ARP ping. ARP is a short term of address resolution protocol. It's because of this protocol that we can translate any MAC address into IP address. All right, it works like a DNS, domain name system, that translate IP address into name. Here we can use ICMP and TCP ACK service and so on. But sometimes you can choose one of these live tests, and during the scan will end with no result. Okay, so I suggest you to sometimes use this one. If the result is empty, if you have no result, select this one, consider alive. All right, sometimes this can be your best option. Okay, but for now we can leave this one, scan config. All right, see you next lesson. Now we'll cover this option here, credential for authenticated checks. All right, so let's go and create a credential for SMB. If you want to create, you just need to come to icon. For each one, if you want to create for SSH, you just come here to this icon and so on. But now let's go and create for SMB. Create a new credential, and here we'll give a name. Let's call it SMB. Comment here, let's call it admin. And here, as you can see, we have only one type, username plus password. Okay, and we can select if you want allow insecurity or auto generate to generate the password. If you select here, as you can see, you cannot provide the password. It will generate password and test. All right, so but for now, let's select no here, and let's provide the username, for example, and here we will provide the password of that administrator. All right, let's go and click save. And as you can see here, we selected, and we have these two options here, reverse lookup only. This option is regarding to DNS. All right, so here if we click here yes, we are saying that only the IP address that can resolve DNS will be scanned. All right, and this one, reverse lookup unify, means that if you, for example, if we scan targets more than one and the DNS is the same for both, the system will assume that all targets in the network will be resolved to the same DNS. All right, so here we can leave it no, and we can click save to save our target. All right, so see you next lesson. Hello guys, so now we want to create an alert. Right, let's see how to create alerts and so on. So For that, let's go to this icon here and click create a new alert. And here you name the alert. Let's call it GVM alert. And here we have event condition, report content, delta report. Alright, what we want now is to define when we want to receive the alert. Alright, so here we have this first option, task run status change to done. So we will receive the alert if one of these events happened. For example, done, the status of the task change to done, new, request, run, and so on. So you need to choose one. Okay, for our case we can choose this one, done. Okay, we want to receive an alert when the task is done. All right, the scan is finished. And so the second option, if you click here, you will see we want to receive event for new NVDAs or updated NVDAs. And here you can change, okay, not just for NVDAs. We want to receive an alert when a ticket received. If we receive it in ticket, I will show you later on how to create tickets and how to assign that ticket to a specific user. And here you can select this one, assign a ticket changed or only ticket changed. Okay, all right. So here, according to the option you choose, you will see other options below. For example, if we choose here ticket received, we have this option here, methods. We can choose email, system log, start. And here you need to provide the email address, the destination. Here you provide the email address of the source, and you choose here encryption if you want. But for now we won't use this option because I want to show you more option than this one. So let's go and select this option here, task run status change to done. So you see we have more options here. So I want to explain you this. If you will select this one, we have this option here, always. So we want to receive an alert always. All right, so we have here this, for example, severity at least 0.1 when the severity of any scan is 0.1. I will explain you about severity later on. Okay, so here we have the severity level when the severity level changed. All right, so it means, for example, when we run a scan for the first time and the second time and the third time, so during that, if the severity during these scans, let's suppose that we made a scan and we found vulnerability, so we fixed that vulnerability. So during the scan, if the severity of that vulnerability increase, we want to receive alert, or if decrease, we want to receive an alert. Let's leave it changed. And here we have filter. We will see later on how to create filters. It will make sense when we talk about filters. All right, no problem. And here we have report content. If you click here, compose, you will see here report result filter. Okay, it means the result will be displayed according to a specific filter, but as we don't have filter yet, we will ignore this option and we can include nodes and overwrite. We'll talk about nodes and overwrite later on. Okay, let's cancel it. And here we have delta report. Delta report allows us to compare ports of one task. For example, we have one task and we run scan 3 times. So delta report allows us to compare all of these reports. All right, we can use here previous completed report of the same task or report with ID. If you want to see the report ID, you just need to go to scans and go to reports. You will see the name of the task, and here from here date, you can just click here to open the report and you will find here the ID. If you want that, just copy it and go to report with ID and just, all right, I don't want to use this one. Let's say here now, and here we have the methods you want to use. We have many methods to use to receive an alerts. We have HTTP GET, send to host, SMB, and so on. But we will cover email and SMB. Okay, I will show you how to set up it, how to use it. See you in next lesson. All right, so now we will set up here a method to receive our report. We have here method. Let's select SMB. If we select method SMB, we need to fill these options here. First, we need to provide the credential. We need to provide a credential of the account that will have access the specific folder we want to send the reports, the alert to. All right. Actually, the alerts will be the report with the results of the scans. What we need to do here, first we need to create a credential to access the specific folder that we will share the path where we want to store our alerts. All right, so what we need to do, we need to come here, create a credential. Let's go and create here, let's say smb underscore win, representing Windows. All right, and here we can provide the credential. Let's put it administrator password. All right, so I'm done. Let's go and click save. And here the credential is selected. All right, so now what we need to do, we need to indicate the path of the folder where the alerts will be sent to. Let me go to my Windows machine and let me open here. All right, this is my IP. Okay, I can use my IP to indicate this machine, or I can use my computer name. So now I want to use my computer name. Okay, I need to come here, this PC, right click and go to properties, and here you will see device name. This is the name I need to use there, right? So before we go back to Kali machine, let's create a folder here and let's name it GVM reports. You can choose any name you want, GVM reports, and let's share this folder. Right click, go to properties, and you need to go to sharing, advanced sharing, check this box, share this folder, and go to permissions and leave everyone if you want. I will give full control to everyone. Okay, and I will go to apply, okay, apply, okay, and close. All right, so this folder is already shared. So now let's go back to our Kali machine. Let's go here, let's change it. We know the computer name. Let's see, Mr. Mike, and the folder, this one, the last one, is the name of the folder. All right, this coincidence. All right, I created a folder with the same name, but you can choose any name you want. What you need to do is to change here. If you created a folder with another name, you need to put the right name here. All right, for me, I will leave this, and this file path will be the name of the file. Let's call it report. Okay, and here we need to choose report format. We have this format here, anonymous, XML, CSV result, but I will choose PDF, and I will mark this alert as active. All right, and I will revise here, and I will go and click save. So later we will see the report when we start the scan. See you next lesson. Now let's test our alert. So now let's go, and here you can see we created a schedule for this task, but if you want we can ignore this and run the scan right now. So let's hide here this icon to start. Let's click here start. While that, we can go to our Windows machine, and as you can see we have no reports here. Okay, let's go back to Kali machine and let's wait the scan to finish. Still loading. All right, as you can see in status, the status changed to done. Okay, so now let's go back to our Windows machine. Let's go back to our Windows machine and see if the alert sent or not the report. So as you can see here in GVM reports, we have here the report. Let's open up. As you can see here, scan report. All right, result per host. All right, vulnerability. So as you can see, the report was sent because we defined an alert to this task. All right, see you next lesson. Moving forward, now let's go and create schedule. To create schedule, we need to come here, create a new schedule, and here we need to name the schedule, GVM schedule, and here you need to select the time zone. Just click here if you want to change the time zone, and here we have some options to fill. For example, we have here first run. We need to define when will be the first run, select the date, and here you need to define the time. Okay, or if you want to run now, just click here now, and it will provide you the current time and date. And here run until, this is very important. For example, depends on the time and the date we want to start this scan. According to the second option, if we define here run until, it means if the scan starts and at this day, and let's suppose that we want this scan to end at August 2. All right. So if the scan is not finished yet, what will happen is that the scan will be stopped automatically because of this. That's why I prefer to select this option, open end. All right. So with this, doing this, you will ensure that the scan will start and end. And here we have duration, entire operation because of this option. And here recurrence, we have once, we have hourly, daily, weekly, and so on. Or we can customize. All right. If you want, you can customize. If you choose to custom, you have here repeat every week, monthly. If you want monthly, you need to select here the date, that will be the first day, and the day of the week. Or you can choose here to select a specific day. Here, let's leave it 1 week and click save. And our schedule is created. See you next lesson. So now let's finish our task. We have these options here. Add results to assets. Okay, we will cover about assets in future lessons. Don't worry about this. Apply overrides. Overrides allows us to change the severity of a vulnerability. We will learn more about overrides, but we can select yes. By default is selected. And here we have mean code. Code means quality of detection. I will talk and explain you about this because these numbers here go from 1 to 100, and each number meaning something. I will explain you about these meanings, the meanings of these numbers. All right, for now leave this number. And here, alterable task, this is very important. It will allow us to change, to make changes in our tasks if you want. Okay, so it's better to leave it yes, alterable task. And here we can define for how long we want to store our reports. For example, how to delete reports here. Do not automatically delete reports or automatically delete oldest report, but always keep newest 5 reports. All right, you need to choose what you want, but I prefer to leave this one. And here we have the scanner. We have two scanners in OpenVas. We have CVA and OpenVas default. Okay, what's the difference between these two? The difference is if we select OpenVas default, it will find vulnerabilities with CVA number and without CVA numbers. But if we select CVA, the scanner will only look for vulnerabilities with CVA numbers. Okay, so that's why it's very important to select this one, OpenVas default. And here we have scan config. You will select what you want. As we put here host discovery, so here I will select host discovery. And here network source interface, you need to define the source interface you want to use. Sometimes, for example, let me open here ef config. Sometimes you can have more than one network interface. You can have more than one. So in that case, you will need to select here interface you want to use. All right. And here, order for target hosts. We have sequential, random, reverse. This is a way that the target will be scanned. You can leave this one. And here we have the maximum currently executed NVTs per host. The minimal by default is 4. You can leave it. You can decrease or increase this number. No problem. It's up to you. And here we have maximum currently scanned hosts. The minimum is 20, but you can decrease or increase. It's up to you. All right. So we are done. And now let's go and click save. All right. So here we have our task here, GVM task. All right. See you next lesson. Now I want to talk to you about alterable tasks. All right. When we was creating this task here, GVM task, we defined this task as alterable. As you can see this icon here, it says task is alterable. Okay. What's the main importance of this? For example, let me show you something. If you come here to this Kali task, the status is done. Let's open up here, edit task. As you can see, because the task is done, you cannot change, for example, scan target, you cannot change. You can, yes, you can select alert schedule. You can select even schedule, but you cannot change the scan target because this task when it was created was not created as alterable. Okay, so let's see this one now. The status is done, but because we defined this task as alterable, if we come here to edit task, as you can see, we can change almost everything here. We can change the scan target. As you can see, we can select another one. We can change the alerts. even the schedule we can change. All right, but we cannot change, of course, this option here, alterable task to not alterable task. All right, but everything else we can change. Okay, this is the main importance. For example, if you want to scan another target, you don't need to create a new task again. You can just come here and edit, all right, and just click save after change this. Okay, but I won't change. I just want to click here cancel, and I want to show you something. If you see this icon, it means this task is alterable. But there is something very interesting. Let's see this task called test. Let's edit this. As you can see in this task here, we can change everything here. We can change here. We can even change alterable task. As you can see, we can mark it as yes to alterable task. Why that? That happened because I never ran a scan here, as you can see. So for these tasks that was marked as alterable task no, as no for alterable tasks, before we start any scan, we can come and change. But after we start the scan, we won't be able to change the target. All right? That's the difference. Okay? See you in next lesson. To finish this tab here, tasks, okay, I want to cover the last thing here. You will go to this icon and we will select new container task. What is container? Container is an option here in the system that allows us to group reports according to our needs. All right, as you may know, each report will receive an ID. Because of that ID, that report can be exported and imported only in this computer, in the computer where the scan was made. All right, but with container we can import reports from another scans of another computers. Okay, let's suppose that your company has more than one office and they are using OpenVas, and monthly they send to you as an administrator, they send to you the reports. So you can import that reports here in OpenVas and analyze the results. All right, but the most important thing to note is that that report must be in XML format, not PDF. To create a container, we need to come to this icon here and select new container task. And here we'll name the container EVM container. Let's go and click save. The container is created. That's why you don't see here enable this option to start, because this is not task, it's a container. So what we need to do before this lesson, I downloaded the reports of these scans here. No worry about that. I will show later on how to work with report, how to download, to extract, and how to filter. Okay, no worry about that. I just want to show you about container. So to import reports, you need to come here to this option here, import report. Here we need to select the container where we want to import to the report, and we need to come here, browse, and select the reports. Okay, let me select this one. Okay, if I want, I can add this to asset. Let's leave it yes, yes, and let's go and import another one. You can see here reports, we have just one. Let's import again. Let's select the second one, and let's select the last one. Okay, so here we have 3 reports. So if we go to this, we can click here reports, we can just click here. As you can see here, task, these reports belongs to this GVM container task. As you can see, this is a way you can join, you can group reports in one task. Different reports from different tasks you can group using container. Okay, see you next lesson. Hello guys, okay, I want to explain you about this site here for better understanding. Here we have the charts. We have here charts by severity class. As you can see, we have log, medium, and not applicable. All right, here we have tasks with most higher result per host. We only have scanned just one IP address. That's why it's not showing nothing here. We have here tasks by status. We have done new according to the status we have here. And here we have the name of the task, as you know, the status, the number of reports of each task, the last report. Here we see the last report. And here we have the severity. It means that this is the highest severity determined during the scan. All right. Here we will see the trend according to the number of scans. And here we have this option, if we want, for example, let me see here, if we want, this is for container, if you want to import the report, this one supposed to be enabled, but because it's a container, is not enabled. And here we have this icon to delete a task. If you want to delete, here we can edit, and here we can clone. If we want to reuse any task or container, we can just click here and clone, and here we can export a task. All right, so let's do this in this one. For example, we have this one here. If we want to clone this task here, give VM task, we just need to come here to this icon here and click clone task. The task has been cloned, and we can go and edit. We can change the target, we can make any change we want here. We can also change the name, the scan config, we can change everything we want because we clone it. So another thing we can do, we can delete. If you want to delete a task, you need to come here to this option and just click to delete. All right, so now I want you to have a better understanding about the status of the tasks. All right, so for that I will come to here to this sign here, help tasks. So here, as you can see, here are definition of each status. Here we have new, requested. It will show you the percentage, queried. The scan was added to a waiting query. Okay, following this principle, first in, first out. All right, and here you have more details, deleted request, stopped, and so on. All right, that's it. See you in next lesson. When we was creating targets, I spoke to you guys about port list and I mentioned about Nmap, right? So now in this lesson, I want to talk about Nmap. Okay, so let me close it and let me go to my terminal here. Nmap is a network scanner that can help you to find alive hosts, can detect open ports and number of that ports, the operating systems, the service running in that specific target, and much more. If you want to learn more about Nmap, you can come to this website here. It's very easy to remember. It's just nmap.org. Here you can find more about Nmap and how it works and so on. All right, this is the website. So what I want to show you now, let me type here. So here, if we type this command here, sudo nmap help, you will see a list of usage. You have here options to use to host discovery, scan techniques. You have here port specification and scan order, OS detection, and so on, right? But what I want to show you now, let's suppose that you want to scan your entire network, but you want first to have the IP address of that computer. You want to know what computer or what device is up, and you want to have that IP. I will show you how to do that, how to scan for live computers and copy that to use in future. And for example, in OpenVas, instead of typing the IP, you can use the file, but you want, for example, I showed you how to create a file, okay? How to create file and put the IPs. But let's suppose that you want to do that for 1,000 computers, 1,000 devices. That will be much work. So now I want to show you how you can scan for that computers, devices, and copy the IP address and save. But for now, let's see how we can discover computers or hosts in the network. We can use this command here. All right, let's type it sudo. Let me clean up my terminal. You can type sudo nmap-sn and I will provide my network IP, and instead of indicate one computer, for example, I want to scan my entire network, so I'll provide here my net mask and I hunt enter. This scan will take a while. Okay, as you can see here, we have here, for example, we have here nmap scan report for this one. Host is up. As you can see, this is a report. Host is up. This host is up, and this one, the second one, this host is up. We have the IP address here, and we have here this one. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to filter only the IP address. I don't want this information here. A network scan report. I just want this part here. this part here. So to do that, you need to use a specific command. Okay, so let me open here and let me copy the command. You will find this command in the support documentation. All right, as you can see, this is the command. This command will filter only the IPs. Okay, I want to scan my entire network. That's why I put here /24. And here you have grep app. This grep app will filter only hosts that the status is up. Now let's go and click and hit enter to filter only the IPs. It can take a while depending on the size of your network. So as you can see, I have the result here, only the IPs. So what I can do here, I can copy it, copy selection, and I can create a file and call it targets.txt. Enter, and I will come here, just paste, and I will save the file. If I type this command, cut targets, I can see my list there. By doing this, now I can use this list into OpenVas. Okay, so in next lesson, we will continue working with Nmap. Okay, see you next lesson. Hello guys. When we was talking about live test, we mentioned about these two types of pings here. The TCP ACK service ping and TCP SYN service ping. So now I want to go deep and explain you this. Okay, so to understand this, you need to understand first this diagram here, this three-way handshake diagram. When you want to send, or a client want to send a package or contact the server, before he send the package, he must know and make sure that the server is up. So what happened first is this three-way handshake. We have here the client in left side, in the right side we have the server. So the client will send a SYN message to the server, and if the server is online, the server will send a SYN ACK to the client, and the client will send ACK message to the server, and after this the connection will be established. All right, but when the server is not online, this will end here. Okay, the client will send a SYN to the server, and after that there will be no response because the server is offline. Okay, so now I want to explain you this using Nmap and Wireshark. Okay, let's go here. I want to explain you the difference of these two right now. Let me minimize it and let's go here. So here, let's type this command sudo nmap, and let's use this command first, -st, and let's provide the IP. So what will happen, this command here represents TCP ACK service ping. Okay, this st represents that test, and this is my Windows machine. So now let's go and hit enter to see the results. All right, you see this result here. So now let me type again sudo nmap, and instead of use this one, I will use this one, -s, uppercase S, and I will provide my Windows machine, and this represents this one, TCP SYN service ping. Okay, and let's go here and hit enter. So here, if you see, looks like there is no difference between these two scans. Scan report, host is up, we have the ports here, we have the same information here. Okay, so let's rerun this command, but now using Wireshark. Okay, the Wireshark is a software used to analyze data in the network. Okay, so now I want to use Wireshark, and I'll run this command first, and we will see the difference. All right, let's go to this icon, Kali icon, application, and let's go to sniffing and Spotify, select Wireshark, provide Kali machine password, and click authenticate. Wireshark will open. Okay, and let's go to this icon here and start capturing package. Just click, minimize it, and so now let's run this command again, this one, st, the TCP ACK. All right, the scan is done. Okay, let's go to Wireshark now, and let's stop it. So now what we need to do, you need to scroll down or up until you find this red line here. All right, so here in the source you need to select your Kali machine IP. Just select it in this column here, source, right click and go to follow and click TCP stream. Okay, just close this tab here, close, and as you can see here, this is TCP ACK. All right, so here you have the source and you have the destination, and we have here the information. Okay, so here my Kali machine send a message to my Windows machine, send a scene message, and my Windows machine replied with this scene arc, and then my Kali machine send another message to destination to my Windows machine with arc. All right, and then connection was ended. All right, so this is the three-way handshake. Okay, but this type of scan sometimes can be blocked by the firewall. Okay, so that's why we suggest to use another type of scan. Okay, so let's do this. Let's clear here and let's start capture files, continue without saving, and now let's go to our terminal and let's run this command now. Let's hit enter. Okay, we have the result. Let's go to Shark and let's stop and let's scroll down until we find the red line. We found here the red line, as you can see. Just right click and go to follow and TCP stream. Just close it. As you can see here, in this type of scan, we have here my Kali machine sending a scene message to the destination to Windows machine, and the Windows machine, when the Windows machine here replies with scene arc, the connection is ended. The Kali machine sends scene to the Windows machine. The Windows machine replies with scene arc. As soon as the Kali machine knows that the Windows machine is up, he ends the connection. Don't want to send any package. Just want to know if the host is online or not. That's why I suggest you to use this option here, this with this -ss to avoid the blocking by the firewall. Okay, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, I want to spend this lesson with basic Linux commands. Okay, if you know this, you can skip this lesson. All right, I want to show you some Linux commands. Some of them we will use during the course. The first command I want to show you is this one, pwd. This command we use when we want to know the path of where we are. All right, so here, as you can see, we are inside of this folder here, Kali. Okay, and the path is this one, home/Kali. And another command, if we want to know what is inside of this folder where we are, you just type ls and hit enter, and as you can see, inside of Kali we have these folders here and files. As you can see, the folders is this one in blue, and the files, you can see the extension of each file. And another command, we can type ls space -l and hit enter. Here what will happen, we will see the folders and the files, the groups and the users, and we have here the creation date and time. And another thing we can do with ls, we can use ls-a. When we do this, we will see even the hidden files. Okay, and another command we can use here, for example, if we want to get into this folder here, we need to use this command here, cd, and we need to type the folder we want to access to. For example, if I type here desktop and hit enter, all right, you see cd, no such file or directory, desktop. Why? Because Kali Linux is case sensitive, so it means this system will consider uppercase and lowercase. So to access this folder here, desktop, I need to type cd desktop with upper D and hit enter. Now, as you can see, I'm inside of this folder desktop. I can type here pwd to check. Okay, I'm inside of this folder. Another command here we can use, we can create folder inside of this. Okay, to create folder you need to use this command, mkdir space -help and enter. Here you see the usage of this command, but to create a folder you just need to type this command here and the name of the folder, let's call it OpenVas, and enter. And now let's go and type ls. As you can see, the folder we have here. So what if we want to create a file now? To create a file, we use this command here, touch, and we need to type the name of the file. We can call it file, and you need to provide this extension of the file. In our case, we will create a txt file, .txt, and hit enter, ls, can see here the file I just created, and I can move or copy this file into this folder. I just need to type here cp file.txt, and I need to indicate the folder where I want to store it. I will type here OpenVas. I will hit enter. Now, if we go to OpenVas folder, cd OpenVas, and type ls, we see here. If I want to go back to this folder, desktop here, I just type here cd space dot dot. And now, what if we want, let's type here ls. If we want to delete this file here, we just need to type here rm and the name of the file. We'll type here file and enter. Okay, and we'll type ls. You see we have no file here. Let's go into OpenVas folder, cd OpenVas. Let's delete this file, rm file, enter, ls, nothing. Let's go back, space dot dot. If you want to delete the folder, we need to type rm hyphen capital R and the folder and enter. And we'll type now ls. We have no folder here. Okay, so now what if we want to type something into the file? Okay, let's create the file again. Let's call it file, and now as you can see here we have the file. So now let's go to edit this file. To edit this file you can use another editor, but I like to use nano. I just need to type sudo nano because I need to be sudo to use this editor, and type the name of the file, enter. So now I can type here test1, test2, and after that I need to press Ctrl O to write. Now file name to write. If you want to change the name you can change now, but if you want to keep the same name just hit enter, and now Ctrl X to exit. Okay, so now what if you want to see what is inside of this file without need to open it? You just need to type here cat and type the name of the file and hit enter. As you can see, I can see what is inside of this file. Now, if I want to go back to the home folder, instead of doing this to back one folder, I can just type cd and I will be moved to the beginning. When I type now pwd, as you can see, I'm here. This is the basic. If you want to look for something, for example, we want to look for files with this extension txt, or we want to look for logs, you can use this command here. Just type here sudo locate, and you can type the extension of what you are looking for, or the name. For example, I want to search for files with this name here. I can type here gsa and type enter, and it will bring to me files with this word gsa. All right, it's all. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. Now we will start talking about scans. All right, so we will see here how we can create tasks, how we can generate our reports, see results, vulnerabilities, and so on. I will show you how to manage this and how to work with it. All right, but now let's start by click tasks. When we want to perform scan in Greenbone Security Assistant, we need to create a task, because there we will define what we want, what we can select, what port we want to scan, and so on. Let's move forward and click here, tasks, and here you will see informations later, but now the charts are empty because we have no tasks yet. All right, so here we have two methods to create tasks. We can create tasks using the wizard and without the wizard. Okay, so now let's move forward and let's go. First, I will show you how to create task using wizard. All right, so let's go here in this icon here and click task wizard. Using the task wizard, as you can see here, quick start. All right, immediately scan an IP address. You will need to provide the IP address or the host name of the target you want to scan. By default, when you click task wizard, it will show you a loopback IP address, but you can leave it or you can provide the IP, but for now we'll leave it. All right, we won't provide the Calis IP address. I will show you later how to do that. When we click start scan, three things will happen here. First, the system will create for us a target. Secondly, we'll create a new task and will run away as soon as we click start scan. This is very important because the system will create for us, because we can reuse these targets and this task later. So here we have a note: when the progress is beyond 1%, we can jump to the report, can jump and see the results. Another note is this one: can use predefined options. We will see later how to do that, but for now, let's go and click Start Scan. Our scan was created. So here you have the name. This name was assigned by the system. Here we have the status of the scan, and here we have the reports. All right, we have just one report. The system generate report for each scan. Here we will see the last report. We will cover this here. We're supposed to see the severity of vulnerability will be detected, and here we will see the trend. We will talk about trend later, and here we have the actions. All right, we will see about each of these icon in future. Okay, as you can see, the status changed to 2. So now let's click here and see the report. Okay, we can come here to results. We have no results yet, but the scan is not finished yet, so no worry about that. Here we will see the hosts. Here we will see the ports, applications, operation system, and so on. Okay, so we will talk about reports later on. For now is all. See you in next lesson. Our task is done, as you can see here in status, but we will move forward and go again to this icon. And instead of select task wizard, now we will select advanced task wizard. Now, as you can see, we will create a new task, but here we have task name. Let's type here Kali task scan config. We have all of this. I want to explain you one by one. That's why I opened another tab here. If you want to go to configs, let's go to configuration, and here we have scan configs, and here we can find all scan configs available in the system. So here we have the name, we have basic, discovery, empty, full and fast, host discovery, system discovery. And here we have the type, and here we have the family, and here we have the entities. All right, family category of vulnerability tests. For example, we have vulnerability tests to look for default passwords, informations regarding to databases, information regarding to the systems. All right, so here we have the NVTs, network vulnerability tests, scripts that will perform scans to find information and vulnerabilities. So this base has two families and has three NVTs to use during the scan. That's why this is a basic scan and the information won't be much. It will give us a basic information regarding to the target. And here we have discovery. This will discover information regarding to the network and uses 10 families and this total amount of network vulnerabilities. And here we have empty and static configuration template. This is template. That's why you don't see nothing here in family, zero in NVTs. All right, because this is a template. And here we have full and fast. It will scan and will find out more information and will find vulnerabilities. And this one is just to give you information regarding to the host, and this last one, system discover, will give you information regarding to the system. All right, and the difference between all of these scan configurations here, this one full and fast is the only scan that will give back to us vulnerabilities. This all will look for specific information, but this will bring to us vulnerabilities. That's why you must select always this one, full and fast, if you want to find vulnerabilities. Okay, this one will look for specific information, but this is the only one that will bring to us information regarding to vulnerabilities. Okay, let's go back. So now we will select here, by default it's already selected, full and fast, and here we have the target. We can leave this loopback IP address or we can provide the IP, and here we have information here. If we select here start immediately, as soon as we create the task, the scan will start. But we have the second option where we can create a schedule. Here we have the date. By default, it will show you the current date. If you want to change, you can come here in this icon, calendar icon, click and select the date. And here you can select the time. Here you need to select the time zone. For me, as I am in Mozambique, I will leave this one, Africa Harare. Okay. And another option is this one. you can select this one, do not start automatically. So it means the task will be created and we will start it manually. Okay, see you in next lesson. I will explain you about these options here. Okay, see you in next lesson. Hello, welcome again. So in this lesson, I want to talk to you about a new feature here. On the scans, we go to tasks, and on the tasks, we go to this wizard here and select advanced task wizard. I explained you about scan configs, alright? But here we have a new scan config feature. Is this one, log for shell? What's this? But before we talk about log for shell to understand this type of scan config, we need to talk about scan for J. What is the service that this scan for shell will look for? Let's go. Before we talk about log for shell, let's go to this website here. I have it open right here. This information provided by the Greenborn team. And if we go down below, we will see here log4j. What is this? This log4j is library used by developers for logging service, and it keeps registers about loggings, it sends informations, but many developers, they use this around the world for logging services, okay? This service, this library allows the system where it is implemented to keep registers about what's going on, the changes on the systems, and also it helps to send informations, also processing data. It is a part of Apache project, okay? And the CVE for this vulnerability discovered during a bug hunt in Minecraft servers. This is very dangerous, and the severity of this vulnerability is 10. That's very high, okay? And it's present in many web servers. If we scroll down here, this is log4j, and this log4shell is the VTA that will look this type of scan in OpenVas that will look for this vulnerability. And the problem of this vulnerability is because this is not, when you want to perform a scan, the VTA you are using has signatures of vulnerability that it will look for. But for this one, you can find in complex way. It is not very clear in terms of the specific location where you can find it. So the analysis, the scan must be complex to find it. And the system you are using to perform this type of scan looking for this vulnerability must have the ability to go deep during the scan. And if we go down here about this log4shell, if we go down and we click here in this GitHub, you will see has here you see affected by log4shell updates. Okay, let's click here. I want to show you something. If we scroll down here, you will see all of this 0 to 9. If we go down, you will see how many websites, how many companies are affected, how many services are affected by this log4shell. The list is very long, and if we go down and we see the comments of the people down below, you will see in this forum, you will see here, let me go down, you see here, they reported too many services, okay? Johnson Controls, and you'll see here, many of these sites here have this vulnerability. As you can see, people reporting that even IBM is affected. As you can see, if you click here, you can download and see it. So this vulnerability is a very big concern because many people use Java for development and also Apache. And if we come here in this task here, this log4shell scan config will look for that specific vulnerability, the log4j vulnerability, and detect it. This is the new feature in this OpenVas. As you can see here, we have this option, log4shell. If you want to perform scan only for looking for this type of vulnerabilities, and also if we come here to sec info and nvts and you type here log4shell, you will see here Apache Archiver, Elastic. As you can see, Apache log4shell, Vision, 2.0. So many versions of Apache, and also the family, as you can see, web, and the most important thing, you have the severity, the CVE here number, and also you have the severity. Look for this, 10, the maximum severity for this vulnerability. So with OpenVas now, using the Greenbone Security Assistant, you can be able to detect the vulnerability in different types of systems. If you have access to them, you can connect and detect, because one of the things here is, for some system, because of the complexity to detect this vulnerability, in some systems you may need to use the authenticated checks to detect this vulnerability. So this is possible here. You can use authenticated checks in Greenbone Security Assistant, and also you can conduct a deep and extensive scans here. To find that scan type, you can come here, the scan configurations, you come here and go to advanced task wizard, and you can select here and perform a scan only to detect log4j vulnerabilities. All right, this is what I want to bring for you here in this lesson. See you in next lesson. I want to explain you about this section here, about credentials. All right, so these credentials will allow us to perform authenticated scans against the target. Okay, let's suppose that you want to scan, for example, Windows Server machine. As you know, in systems we have standard user, we have administrator users, and we have users with limited access to some resources. All right, so doing this, using this authenticated scan, for example, we can provide credentials to OpenVas, for example, the credential of the administrative account in the target system. That's why we use authenticated scans. We use credentials. First, we have here SSH credential. This is a short name of secure shell. This is a protocol that allows an administrator to access any system remotely, but this protocol is secure because will create a encrypted connection between the administrator and the system he wants to access to. All right, and normally these servers here, this protocol on port 22 by default, but it can be changed. Okay, and we have here the SMB credential. SMB is a short name of server message block. Okay, it's because of this protocol that is possible to share folders in Windows environments. And we have here the ESXi credential. This is an hypervisor like VirtualBox, but the difference is, with VirtualBox you can install VirtualBox on Windows machine, but this hypervisor here you install as a system at wall. For example, instead of having Windows, you can install this hypervisor in a machine. So it means that this hypervisor will use the resource, and into it you can create your virtual machines. Okay, this will work as a system, and on it you can create a virtual machines. All right, and here you can provide here the email to be sent the report. All right, by default OpenVas does not have ability to send emails. We will need to set up mail server. I will show you how to do that. After that we will be able to send reports via emails. All right, in future lessons I will explain you and I will show you how to create credentials. From here we are not able to create, we only are able to select the credentials we created previously. Let's go and click here, create. As you can see, we have here our task called cal, and the status is new, and we can start it manually. Okay, see you in next lesson. So now let's see the last option. Using wizard, we have here modify task wizard. This function will allow us to make some changes in the tasks we have. For example, we have here only two tasks: immediate scan and Kali task. Okay, if you want to change something here, we just need to select the task we want to change. For example, Kali task. It will only allow us to change these options here. We can create a schedule, we can change the time zone, and we can change here the email. All right, so let's go and change here. For example, let's say we want to start this scan, the time zone, and here we can leave it blank, and let's go and click modify. As you can see here, we have nothing here regarding to schedule. Let's go and click modify task, and you'll see here, you see this watch icon here. We schedule the date and the time to start this scan. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, so now we are done with wizard. Now we will start to create tasks without wizard. All right, so we need to come to this icon here and click new task, and here we need to provide name, of course. Let's call it gvm task, and here we need to provide a comment. It's optional, okay, but it's good behavior to put here a suggestive name according to what you want to scan. All right, for example, I want to perform a host discovery, so I put here host discovery. And here we have scan targets. We need to select the target we want to scan. These two targets here are the target that was created when we created our tasks. All right, but now because we are not using wizard, we can create a target here. Okay, to create a target, you need to come here and select this icon here, create a new target, and here you need to provide the name for this new target. Let's call it gvm target. And here, this section here, hosts, we need to provide information regarding to the host, the name or the IP address. All right, so here we will use the IP address. So let me go to my terminal and CIS config. I want to see my IP address. What's my IP address? This is my IP address. Okay, let me type it. I can just copy and I come here and all right. What if I want to scan a range of IP? Okay, it's easy. What we can do, for example, if I want to scan a range, I can just put here hyphen 245, for example. This is the range that will be scanned. All right. I'm creating a target with a range of IP address. So the scan will start from this number 171 until 245. All right. This is one way to do this. Or you can put the full IP address, no problem. You can put the full IP address, no problem. As you can see here, this will scan a range too. But if you want to scan the entire network, what you can do instead of do this, you need to provide, for example, let's say here, let's start by 0 slash, and you need to provide the net mask, okay, according to the class of IP you are using. For example, we have this class here, class C, uses 24. All right, so I will leave it. So if I do this, it means that all devices in my network will be scanned. Here we have another option. You can create a file and provide the IP address. Okay, I will show you later how to scan networks to discover devices using nmap. All right, so now let's do this. So now let's go and create a short list. I want to show you how to use this option here. Let's open my terminal, and here let's create sudo nano. I will use nano ips.txt. I need to put the IPs I want to scan here. Okay, I'm done here. So now let me save it. Ctrl X to exit. All right, we can see if this file contains the IP I just created or not. Cat IPs. Okay, here we have the list. All right, so now let's go back, and here I need to select the list. Browse home, and I will select the list here, and it's done. We have here the list selected, and here we have the exclude hosts. Okay, it means the host that I don't want to scan. So for example, I don't want to scan my router IP. I can type here the IP. Okay, or we can select by range. If I don't want to scan my servers, for example, you can select the range, and you can use the same option we use it here. All right, or you can type over here. Let's leave it like this, and here you have an option. By default is checked yes, but you can click no if you want. You are allowing the system, if you leave it like yes, if you leave checked this box here, this option yes, you are allowing the system to scan multiple IPs at the same time. You can leave it like this. Okay, we can leave it like this. So see you next lesson. Hello guys, we have learned how to create targets, how to create credentials, scan configs during the creation of task. Okay, but now I want to show you how can we create target scan configs separately from the task. All right. So for that, we need to come here, configuration, and we click here, targets. Here we see the lists of the target we created when we was creating tasks. All right. So now what we need to do, we need to come here to this icon, new target, and let's name it target 1. And here let's provide an IP address. All right. Here include hostess, port list. Let's select this one, the last one, a live test, consider live, and SMB example. Let's select this one and let's click save to create a target. All right. Doing this during the creation of task, I don't need to create a target. I can just select. Okay. Let's go to tasks, and here, for example, let's create another one, new task. And when I'm here, scan target, I just need to scroll and select the target. All right. That's it. See you in next lesson. Okay, so now let's go forth and let's select here port lists. We have here the default ports, but we can create our own ports according to what we want to do, according to our needs. Okay, so for that, let's go here to this icon, new port list, click there and type here the name. And here is how we can create a port. We can create from a file, we can just import a file, or we can create like this. Okay, here we have T representing the TCP and U representing the UDP ports. Okay, here we have a range 1 to 5, so we will create a port from 1 to 5, and then we will create port 7 and 9. For UDP is the same thing. We will create from 1 to 3, and we'll create port 5, 7 and 9. All right, to do this, click here, save. Now we have here port count, we have 13, and TCP we have 7, and UDP we have 6, but we can adjust it, we can edit. Let's go to this icon here to see more informations here. As you can see, we have here start port range, start from 1 5, and we have here 7, only 7 because it wasn't a range, and we have here the protocol, but we can create, we can add more here from here. Okay, let's go and click here, add port range, start. Let's see here, we don't need to indicate the protocol because as you can see here, we have TCP and UDP. I just need to type the range from 10 to 22, for example, TCP. Let's save. As you can see, the port range was added. The same for UDP. I just need to select here from port 50 to 100 and save. As you can see, the port range was added. All right, so let's go and click save, and that's it. Here we have the port. If you want to reuse one of these, you need to come here and clone, and you can adjust according to your needs. If you have one port list, if you want to import, you just need to come here and you need to select the file. All right, but this is very important, import XML port list. Okay, this is the supported extension. All right, and just click import. Okay, see you in next lesson. Let's continue, and now let's go and create credentials. Okay, let's go to configuration, credentials. Here we can go to this icon, new credential. Let's call it Kali credentials. And now we have here the type, depends on the type of credential you want to create. But for our case, let's use user plus password. Okay, let's type here Kali, the username, and the password Kali, and click save. If I want to adjust something, I can come here and change it. As you can see here, this Kali credential, go to edit. All right, if you want, we can replace existing password with, here we need to provide the new password. We have the names, the type, the allowing secure use, we have here the status, and we have the logins here. If you want to delete something, just come here and delete this one. This we cannot delete because these credentials are being used by another tasks. That's why you are not able to delete, but we can edit a week and we can clone. All right, see you in next lesson. To create scan configurations, we come here, configuration, scan configs, and here we have this option here, new scan config, give the name, network scan, and here let's select this one, fast and full, and save. As you can see here in the trend, okay, let me explain you about trends right now. Here we have a trend for families and we have trend for NVT. If you see this sign here, it means if we update the system, new families won't be updated here in this scan configuration. All right. If you see this sign here, the same for NVTs. But if you see this icon here, means that new NVTs, new families will be updated automatically to this scan configuration here. Okay, so it's something that you must have in mind when you create your own scan configurations. So let's edit it. As you can see here, we have the name, and here we have a note. Okay, we can edit this, edit network vulnerability test families. All right, total of families here. Families, we have here the families. We have vulnerability tests regarding brute force attacks, buffer overflow to Cisco, and here we have the number of NVDAs selected for each family here, as you can see. And here we have the trend. If you want, you can change the trend for each family. And here we have this option, select all NVDAs. All right. For example, I just want to show you how to edit. Let's select this one. Brute force attacks. Let's select this one and come here to edit. Here we go. So here you have the name, you have here OID, and here you have the severity. And here you can check or uncheck one of these. Let's suppose that we want to uncheck this one. We can just click here and save. All right. So we are saying that we don't want this vulnerability test. So let's leave it and let's go to select and edit NVT detail. Let's see the details here. All right, so here we have the name, the scan config. This NVT belongs to this scan configuration. We have here the family is brute force attacks. We have here OID, and we have here short summary. Here we have the vulnerability score and so on. So if you want to change something, you just come here and uncheck what you want to uncheck. For example, just uncheck, all right, and just click save. Let's go and click save again. And that's it. All right. See you in next lesson. Hello guys. If you want to create an alert to email, first we need to install the mail server. As I mentioned before, okay, so now I want to show you how we can set up mail server in Kali Linux. All right. After that, we will be able to send alerts via emails. All right. So for that, we will be using this software here, call it Postfix. This is the website. You can go to this website if you want to learn more about Postfix. But what we are interested in is this area here, documentation. What we will do here, we will set up the SMTP relay. All right, this is the protocol that allows us to send emails. This is what we want. We are not worrying about receiving emails, we just need to send emails. Okay, after we set up it, we install Postfix and set up this SMTP relay, we will be able to send alerts via email. All right, to do that, we just need to go to our terminal and we need to install Postfix. So the command to install Postfix is this one. Okay, you need to install this. We can install it by typing only Postfix, but we need the libraries. Okay, after that, just hit enter. Now Y to accept and hit enter. The installation process is very quick. Okay, in these windows here, just go to OK. Okay, just select OK and hit enter to continue. And here to Postfix configuration, you need to select the second option, internet site, and go to OK and hit enter. And here you can change this decali.com. You can change and put whatever you want here. Okay, but I will leave like this and I will continue. The installation is done. So now what we need to do, we need to make a little change here in this file, in this configuration file. Okay, for that, what we need to do, we need to type the command sudo nano, and we need to follow this path here, /etc, and hit enter. All right, so now we need to scroll down. We need to scroll down until you find this line here, inet interfaces. Okay, you need to change this, replace all by loopback only. Okay, and save the file and exit. After this, we need to restart Postfix. Okay, we need to restart the server and hit enter. All right, so after this, now let's go and test Postfix. But before we type the command, let's open the browser. let's go to my email. This is my Gmail account. Okay, as you can see here, inbox, this is the last email. You can see the date here. Let's go back to our terminal and let's type the command. The command is this one, equal quotation marks, and here between quotation marks you need to type the email you want to send. All right, let's say here, for example, sending mail server. Okay, between quotation marks space, you need to put this sign here, and after that you need to type here mail space hyphen s to provide the subject. Between quotation marks you can type here test and space, and after this space you need to provide the email. We will be sending this email here to this specific email. All right, so here I have my email, and after that you just need to hit enter. Okay, you won't see nothing here, no report, nothing. Okay, you won't see nothing here. We have no errors, it means everything is okay. And now let's open the browser, and as you can see, let's go here to refresh. We have no email here, but if we go to this option more, and we can see here in spam folder, you can see, let's click. As you can see here, I received the test. Okay, let's open up. Here you have the test. This is the message, sending email from Kali using postfix mail server. All right, but this email will always be sent to spam folder. If you want to remove it from here, you need to click this option, not spam. The email will disappear from here and you can find it here. All right, in the inbox folder. This is the email you can open up. Okay, so now we will be able to send alerts via emails. Okay, we will create an alert and test to see if the system is now able or not to send the alert via email. All right, see you next lesson. So now let's test our postfix using the Greenborn security assistant. Okay, let's try to set up alert and send the report via email. All right, so here I just created this task here, give VM task. Okay, now let's go to configuration alerts and let's create a new alert, give VM alert. And now I want to receive the alert when the status changes to done. Okay, always, and I will scroll down, and the method I will leave email, and here I need to provide the destination email, and here I need to provide the source. Okay, here is the destination. You can use the same email here, no problem. Okay, so let me provide mine, and here the source will be the same. So here I have the subject. This is the default subject. If you want, you can add something, but I will add here a word test, and I will leave this option here, email encryption. I want to use this, and here if we want, we can include the report content. Okay, we will include this content here, this area content, and here attach report. We'll select this option, attach report, and here I will choose PDF. And after that I will scroll down and I will make sure this option is checked here. If everything is okay, let's go ahead and click save. Okay, this is the alert, and now let's go to tasks and select this alert here in this task. Let's select this. All right, so alert here, I will select this one, give VM alert. I will come here and click save. All right, so now let's go ahead and start the scan. Status requested. I will pause the video. All right, so now the scan is done. You need to wait until the status change to done, and you see here the number of the report, and you see here this information. Okay, last report, and you see here severity. So after this you can check your email, because before you won't be able to receive nothing before this information is being generated. So now let's go to check our email. As you can see here, because I defined the source and the destination, the same email, you see here me instead of Kali, and here in the inbox we can open it. You can see here the information. Okay, the task status changed to done. You see this word I added, and here the information, because we included content. For this message you can just click here, looks safe. Here we have the report. So now let's go ahead and click here to open the report, or if you want you can download the report. Okay, let's click here. As you can see, here is the report. Okay, so this is how you can set up postfix mail server to be able to send alerts via emails. Okay, see you next lesson. Hello guys, sometimes even after we set up and create an alert, we can face some issues. All right, so sometimes you will perform the scan, the status will change to done, but you won't receive the email. So now I want to show you how you can correct it if you face this issue in future. So for that, we need to go to our terminal. So first thing, if you scan target and you cannot see the report, first you need to ensure that the postfix server is running, because if the postfix server is not running, you won't receive any alert via email. So first we need to type this command sudo. Here, instead of restart, you can just delete it and type status to see if the postfix is running or not. Just hit enter, provide the password, and as you can see here, the postfix server is running. This is the first step. If not, just type the command to restart. All right, type this command and hit enter. If you restart, if you check the status is active, but you are not receiving alerts via email. What you need to do, you need to check the log file to see if is there any information that can help you to solve the problem. To check the log file, just type here sudo var log mail.log and hit enter. And here you have the logs, and you can search here. Just scroll down and try to see if is there anywhere you see information regarding the error, because sometimes you can have information here to solve your problem. This is another way to check if you are facing problems to receive the alerts via email. Okay, another thing you can do, instead of do this, you can go to the postfix website. Here, as you can see, specific environments, here are some common issues. You can just go to here, for example, Linux, and try to see these solutions here apply to your computer and see if the problem is gone or not. And even after this, if you cannot send alerts via email, sometimes the problem is not the postfix and is not the Kali Linux. But if you are using the internet from your mobile phone, you did a hotspot, for example, you need to make sure that you are able to send emails, all right? If your service provider allows you to send emails or not, all right? I faced this problem before. I was not able to send alerts via email. So that's it. See you in next lesson. Now let's go and select schedules. Here we have the schedule we create. Let's go and click this icon here, new schedule, to create new schedule. Let's name it OpenVas schedule. And here we have the comment field and the time zone, the first run with open end, or you can fix the deadline to run the scan. And here we have the entire operation, okay, because it will go until the end. And here we have the recurrence once hourly if you want, or you can go to custom. We have speed every 1 week, month, year, or we can go to this option here. You can select here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on. But we can also on repeat side, we can select here, for example, month, and the first run, you can define the first run, or you can select here to choose the exact day. You can select here and click save. All right, you see the name here, the first run, the next run, recurrence, duration. Using this way, when you are creating a new task, you just need to select the options, the schedule, the target, and so on, according to what you are about to do. Okay, see you next lesson. After creating schedules, let's go and talk about report formats. And here, as you can see, type of formats we have here. We have the name here, the extension, and here we have the content type, trust, last verified, and here we have the status, and here we have these icons here. Okay, if you have, for example, your own format, if you want to import in the system, this system Greenborn Security Assistant, before that you need the approval of Greenborn Networks team. If we open here help and we scroll down until we find this area here, adding a report format, you can see this information here. To prevent abuse, All additional imported report formats has to be reviewed and digitally signed by Greenborn networks. Report formats that are not signed by Greenborn networks are not supported in Gauze and cannot be used. But here we can use. If you want, you can add more. They have more report formats. These are default one, but you can add more to increase this list here. To do that, if you want to import, you need to come to this icon here, import report format, and you will need to browse. Okay, but where you can find this report format, okay, you just need to go to this website here. You can find this link, the documentation support reports format, and here on this page you can scroll down until you find this area here. Greenborn networks offer the following additional report formats plugins. If you want to download this, you just need to click. You have here 4 report formats. Just click one, just click here, and here this is a XML file. So what you need to do, you just need to right click and click the first option here, save as page, and you need to save in this section here, XML, and go back and download the second one. To go back, do this for all of these reports format. Now let's go back to Greenborn Security Assistant, and now you need to browse. You will need to import, start by this one, save. So as you can see here, we have this one access XML, Xscanner XML, okay, the extension, the content type. After we import these reports here, you need to edit one by one. You just need to click active and select this option, yes, and save. So here we have the report formats, okay, added, and don't forget to activate it. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, so now let's go forward and select this option, configuration, and go to scanners. All right, so I want to show you this because you may purchase, for example, professional version of Greenborn commercial devices. Okay, this area here, this option scanners won't apply to us if you are using this community version. Okay, so here as you can see, we have the name of scanner, the host, we need to provide the port type, credential. All right, so these we cannot clone, we cannot even edit or copy, but we can export and we can verify. Okay, if you click here, for example, just click here, verify scanner, you see scanner verified here, you see. But if you come to here to create a new one, for before that, let's open this help here. I want to explain you something, and here you can open this option. We can create our scan, and here as you can see, this scanner, OSP scanner, you need to provide. Here we have the host, local host is this Kali machine, but you need to provide the port, you need to provide the certificates, and you won't be able to generate certificate here in this community version. And here you need to provide the credential. Why all of these requests here? We can create this scanner, but this scanner won't work for us. Let's go and click here to verify. As you can see, service unavailable. Why that? Let's go to this page here. As you can see here, this scanner, as you can see here, create a scanner, create an OSP scanner. Let's click here, this chapter. And as you can see here, these features here are for the commercial versions. Alright, so you won't be able to create this kind of scanner and have it working because you are using the community version. Alright, that's all for this lesson about scanners. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So let's move forward and open configuration, and now let's talk about filters. We use filters when we want to filter something. Okay, here we can use filter to filter the information that will be displayed for us. If you want to create filter, you need to come here, and here you need to type the filter. For example, let's call it filter result. Let's leave here empty and type, let's select alert. What does it mean, the type side? It means this type here. For example, I have here filter result, okay, and I select here, for example, results. It means this filter will only work in the result tab, and the same happen for all options here. I cannot create a filter and select type alert and use this filter on scanner tab, for example. I cannot do that. And here in term, you need to provide the filter syntax. All right. If you leave here empty and you save, the term will be assigned for your new filter is this one here. First equal to 1, rows 10, sort name. Don't worry, I will explain you this. All right. So before we move forward, I want to take you back to scans and let's go to results. And this one here is default filter. As you can see, we have a default filter here applied to this page. Let's go ahead, click this option here. And as you can see here in filter, we need to provide the syntax for the filter we want. In this case, we have this graphical interface. We don't need to do that, but you have this option, apply overrides. You need to select severity class. You select. You can do all of this by typing a command. That's why I want to explain you this. So here you can provide the command, or you can use these options here. Severity, you define here what you want to see. All of this information is regarding to what you want to see here. And solution type, you need to select here the code, the owner, vulnerability if you want to see only the vulnerability, or if you want to see results regarding the specific vulnerability, specific host, location. And here you have first result. First result means what you want to see first. For example, we have here 198 results. All right. And the first result, 1. It goes from 1 to 198. But you can choose to start, for example, from 10 ahead. Let's do, for example, this one. Let's do. And here, result per page, you define the number of results you want to see per page. For example, here we are seeing 10 results, but we can increase this number. And here we define how we want to sort this information. Okay, we can sort by vulnerability, by solution, severity, and so on. And here you define if you want ascendant or descendant. And here you can store it as default. For example, I can change here, for example, let's change here to 1. And here, instead of using severity, let's sort by vulnerability. Okay, and let's say ascendant, and here store filter has, we can create a filter from here. Okay, with these configurations here. For example, let's put here results. Okay, and let's click update, and our new filter was updated. As you can see here, if you come here, you see this is the filter we just created and is default now for this page. If you want to go back, just click this underscores here and you will be moved to the default filter for this page here. This is another way to create filter on the page you want to work with. For example, we have here starting from 1 to 10. We can change it from here. You just need to come here per page. Let's put here, for example, 50 and update. As you can see, we are seeing result from 1 to 50. Another thing we can do here, we can change this. First, well, let's start from 10 and update. We are seeing result from 10 to 59, and this will be applied for each page. Will be the same thing. In next lesson, I will start teaching you how to use the syntax instead of use these options here, because sometimes you will want to create your filters from here and you want to define. Okay, if you come to here, for example, you edit, you have not much to change from here. All right, see you in next lesson. So now, before we start typing here the syntax, I want to take you to the manual. Let's go to this icon here and click help. All right, let's scroll up. Let's go to the top, and here you can see we have keywords. We can use keywords to filter the content. Okay, this is the global keywords. You can see here some examples. If you want to define the rows you want to see per page, we can use this syntax here. You can see here the mean of rows, number of rows that are displayed per page. First, determinants of the first object displayed. We have here the sort. Okay, determination of column used for sorting the results. Here we have the type column names we can use to sort the information. Okay, and here we have the operators we can use with the syntax. We have here the equal, you have equal, and you have the syntax here. We have the contains and you have the syntax, and so on. As you can see, this important note, the following operators are not supported. This one are not supported. And here you have filter for phrases. For example, if you want to look for information regarding to overflow, just type overflow and so on. And here, time specification, this is the way you can use for time. And here you have these short terms, M for minute, H for hour, and so on. Let's go back and let's go. Now we want to use the syntax. Okay, we can create the filter and apply the syntax. We can create the filter and put here the syntax we want to use. We don't want to create the filter, but we want to use at that time. We can do that. We can go to results. We have here the results. Okay, let's reset here. Here we can type here. We can just type. For example, if we want to see information regarding to this host here, if we go to next page, you will see that here we have more than one host. We have this host here, this local host, and we have this host. So, but if we type here equal and type this IP address, for example, and hit enter, you see here we will see only information regarding to this host here. Okay, we can go to next page. There is no another host here. We can filter by the other one, the local host IP. All right, this is one way. Another thing we can do here, we can define the first object. Okay, first, you just need to type first equal to 1, and rows, you define the number of rows equals to, for example, 25, and sort by severity and hit enter, and our filter was applied. As you can see, we are seeing results from 1 to 25. Okay, and sorted by severity. As you can see, we can change. If you want to change, you just need to reset the filter and change first 2, for example, rows 15, and sort by code and hit enter. As you can see, the first is the second object until 16. All right, that's all for now. See you next lesson. To close our lessons regarding to filters, let's go, for example, to this tab here, sec info, and let's go to NVTs, because we have here, for example, what if you want to see all NVTs created from 2020 forward? We can do this. You just need to type here created. Okay, just type this syntax. We need to provide the year and the month and the date. Okay, let's put here 1 2 and hit enter. So here we will see NVTs created from 2020 forward. Okay, even if we sort here, as you can see, we are seeing information. This is the first from January forward. All right, so now let's go to results, or we can go to vulnerabilities. We have this information here. We are seeing information from 1 to 10 per page. Okay, we can change it. What if you want to see all results in one page? You just need to define this. For example, first from the first object, and rows, we'll type here rows equal. This is the secret. If you want to see all vulnerabilities in one page, what you need to do, put minus, after that you put 1. Okay, and let's sort by severity and hit enter. Okay, as you can see now, the information was sorted by severity, and now we can see all information in one page, as you can see here, starting from 1. All right, we can go here in NVTs. Let's look for NVTs. All right, so now here, as you can see, we have here created. So here we can type created less than hyphen minus 1W. Okay, as you can see, we have here all NVTs created less than 1 week, and we can put here, for example, less than 1 day and hit enter, and we can see here the NVTs created less than 1 day. This is all about filter. If you want to learn more about filter, you can come here and find more information regarding to it. If you want to create your filters, so you just need to come here. This is all for filters. See you in next lesson. Let's move forward and talk about tags. Let's go and click here tags. We have no tag here. We will create tags. All right. So before that, let's click this icon here, help tags. I have it open here. So tags are information that can be linked to any object. It means we can link any information to a specific object. Okay, it can be a host, it can be a vulnerability, and so on. All right, and we use this syntax here, and we can link a tag to a single object, or we can link to a multiple object. All right, so let's go back. Here we have the tags. Let's click this icon here, new tag. Here you need to define the name. Let's call it targets. This tag will be associated with targets. Okay, here you can leave a comment if you want, and here you have the value. The value, normally, for example, if you want to create a tag for servers, for mail server, or for a specific application, you can put here the name. Let's type here, for example, hosts. This tag will be associated with targets, and targets can be hosts. All right, and resource type. Resource type means where we want to use this tag, with what information, with which information we want to use this tag. Okay, and here we need to choose. All right, as I'm talking about targets, let's select here hosts. All right, so here we have the resources. The resources means the hosts. Okay, as I select the resource here, hosts, I need to select the hosts I want to associate with this tag. Let me select it to show you any of this. Let me select. You can select more than one. You can select more than one. All right, and here you need to make sure it's activated. You can use this way to select the resources, or you can type here the OID. All right, let me explain you it again. You need to understand the resources as where you want to use your tag. All right, and here the resource type, and here resources, you need to understand as what you will be looking for. Let's go ahead and click save. Here we have the name of the tag, is targets, the value, the status, the resource type regarding to hosts. So I will be able to use only with hosts, and we have the number of resources. Let's try to use this one. Let's go to assets and let's select hosts. As you can see, we have many information here regarding to hosts. We have more than 3 hosts, but we just create tag and associate that tags with 3 hosts. So to use tags, we need to come to here, filter, and type the syntax. Tag equal, we need to type the name of the tag we just created, targets. And let's hit enter. As you can see, it will display the resource or the objects associated with this tag. Okay, this is very important. This is the way you use tag. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, now I want to show you how to have external access to OpenVas. I'm not talking about external access over the internet. I'm talking about external access but in the same network. Okay, you want to access the OpenVas from another computer in the same network. All right, so because now we are not able to do that because we need to use the loopback IP address. Okay, so let's try to see HTTP, and let's provide my Kali IP. You can see here ef config. My Kali IP is this one, and copy it. I need to provide the port 9392 and enter. As you can see, I'm not able to connect even from Kali machine. So what we need to do, we need to set up it. We will be able to connect. For that, let's log out here. First, let's log out. Let's minimize the browser. Let's open up our terminal and clean. And first, you need to stop the GVM service. You need to type this command, sudo gvm stop. Let's run this command that to make sure that the service stopped. Great, let me clean up. So now to set up it, you need to type this command here. What we need to do here, we need to set up this. We need to make some changes in this file here. This is the command you need to type. And after that, let's hit enter. You need to scroll down until you find here exec start and go to your right. Listen, just delete this number and here 0.0.0.0. Okay, save, hit enter and Control X to exit. So now after this, what we need to do, we need to reload the server. All right, so for that, type this command here. So after this, hit enter. Great. Now let's start the GVM server. GVM start. Let's wait. Okay, although you are seeing this number here, no worry about this. This is default information. All right, the change we did was applied. So now let's go to the browser. We will still have access via the loopback IP address. Okay, no problem. But now we want to access using our IP address, Kali IP address. Let's try again. As you can see here, now we are able to access user. Okay, sign in. As you can see, it works. Now can access the Greenbone Security Assistant using the IP address. All right, let's try using my Windows machine. Okay, let's minimize. Let me open my browser, Firefox here, and let's type the Callis IP address. And I need to provide the port 9392. Enter. As you can see, I'm able now to access the Greenbone Security Assistant. As you can see, I'm able now to access the Greenbone Security Assistant from any computer in my network. Alright? See you in next lesson. Now administration, and we will start talking about users. We'll see how we can create user, how we can assign roles and much more. Okay, so here the first thing you need to know here is this. Here we have the name of the user. Here we have the rules. We have the groups here. The host access means the host that user has access to, and we have here authentication type, and we have here actions. All right, so you see this icon here. If you hover your mouse here, you will see here global user. This user can be created from the GOS system, the Greenbone operating system only. You cannot create a user from here, from Greenbone Security Assistant. Okay, you cannot do that. That's why this user was created during the configuration, during the setup of OpenVas. You cannot create this user from here. You can create admin user, but you cannot create one with all of this permission that this user has. All right, but you can clone this user. For example, you can come here and clone this user. But even if you clone, you see this status of global user, these new cloned users has no this state. All right, we can name it. Let's call it admin 2, and if you want you can create password or can use exiting password. Okay, because we clone it, the same password can be used to log in. Okay, but we can create another password. It inherited all rules and permission, but okay, let's click save. As you can see, we just created our user. If you want to create another one, this was cloned, but we want to create another user. How we can do that? We can come here and click new user. But before that, let me click here, help. I want to explain you something. Let's go now, new user. And here, let's give a name, John. Here, you can type the password. And here, we have authentication tab. You have here LDAP authentication only, Radius authentication only. We won't cover these two authentication type because you cannot set up it in this community version. Okay, because you won't be able to generate the certificate. So because of that, automatically you won't be able to log in using LDAP authentication, even Radius authentication. All right, so we will select this one, and here in rules we need to select which rule we want to give to this user. We have here these rules: admin, guest, info, monitor, observer, and user. To understand each rule of each user, we can come here. You saw when I clicked there in help. Let's scroll down, and here you have the rules. This admin by default has full permission, can create, manage user, rules, group, and much more. And here we have this user. This user has all permission by default except for user, role, and group management. This rule is not allowed to synchronize and manage the feed of this user. We have here the info. This user only has read access permission to the NVTs and SCP information and nothing more, but can modify personal settings, change the password. And we have here guest. This rule corresponds with the rule info, but is not allowed to change the user settings. Okay, the info can change his password, but this one cannot change anything. And here we have a monitor. This rule has access to the system reports of, and here we have the observer. This rule has read access to the system, but is not allowed to start or create new scans. All right, this is just observer. And we have here the super admin. This is user. As you can see here, this rule has access to all objects of all users. It has no relation to the super user sudo root in the GOS administration menu. All right, this is user from GOS system. We will see later on about this user. Okay, so now we can move forward and create our user with the rule we want. Now that we know the rule of each user, okay, let's go and select this one. Let's click here, guest. This will be guest, and we have no groups yet, so that's why I will ignore this part, but we will see how to create groups. And we have here host access. Here in host access we have two options. This means that the host that this user will have access to. So here we have, if we select this one, here we need to provide the IP or the host name of the host that this user will not have access to. All right, for example, you provide here, but we have this option, this one only. Okay, this is the difference. But we can select allow all blank, and we have here interface access. This is regarding the interface. It's the same philosophy of here, but regarding to the interface. Okay, let's go and click save to create this user. As you can see, we have guest here, and I will create just one more. I call it Rick, and password, I will click provide the password, and the rule, I want this to be info. Okay, no groups yet, and go and click save, and so on. Okay, this is how you create users here in the Greenbond Security Assistant. Okay, see you in next lesson. All right, so now let's go and create groups. Okay, let's go here and click groups, and to create group we need to come to this icon here, new group, and we will name it. For example, this is a very good option. For example, I want to name it database administrator. Okay, and now we need to select the user. Let's select Rick, and here we have an option here, special group. Let's read it together. Create permission to grant full read and write access among all group members and across any resource. It means if I create, for example, Rick with permission info, for example, when I select this option, it means if Rick belongs to this group here, this new group, database administrators, automatically I will grant full read and write access among all group members, okay, including Rick. Okay, this is very important because it doesn't matter the rule I assign it to Rick. If I select this option, if Rick belongs to this group, he will have full access. That's very important. You need to check this. You need to verify it if you really need this or not. Let's save it. Okay, I will uncheck this and save. Here we go. Here we have our group, and we can create one more cybersecurity response, and let's put here John, and let's click save. All right, so now we can go back to users. If you want to create one user now, let's create one user. Let's call this user David. Password. Here you can give a user more than one rule. All right, for example, you have here info, and I can give one more observer, and so on. All right, and here we have the groups. You can select this user David will belong to group cybersecurity response, and here, as you can see, the hosts. For example, here it is very important if you want to disallow access to the server. For example, you can type the server IP here, and so on, and here the interface. Okay, and let's click save, and that's it. We just create a user and added him to the group. Here you can see the name of the groups. You see here the rules and the host access. All right, so let's go to groups now. These two groups here. Let's click here, and you will see, if you click here, you will see the group members of each group. All right, see you next lesson. So we have predefined rules, but we can create our own rules. Okay, let's go to rules. These are our predefined rules. We have admin, guest, info, monitor, and so on. But we can create our own rules, or we can clone the rule and adjust according to our needs. Okay, if you want to clone, just click here, and now you can edit. You cannot edit the predefined rules. Okay, cannot edit. If you want to edit, you need to clone, and you will be able to edit. All right, but let's ignore this step, and let's go and create our own rule. Let's call this rule GVM rule, and here you can select the users that will be assigned to this rule. Okay, let's select here Rick and John, and let's click save. Okay, we have this rule here, GVM. If we go to users now, as you can see in rules, you see that for Rick has added another rule here, as you can see. Okay, let's go back to rules, and now we can edit the rule to see the options we have there. Let's go here, edit the rule. You can add one more user if you want. We have here the permission. Okay, we can select the permission that the users that will be assigned to this rule will have. Okay, for example, we can have here create alert. All right, I'm saying that this rule is allowing John and Rick to create alerts. Okay, and let's find here create permission. All right, the permission was created, and I can create another one. I want these two users to be able to create schedules. Okay, and I will hide create permission. All right, and the permission was added here, and here new super permission, we can select, for example, a group and create here create permission. All right, so this group will, as you can see here, for this group, super permission. So I create a super permission for a specific group, has super access to all resources of group cybersecurity response. Okay, if you want to delete a rule, just come here in this action site and just click move permission to trash, and it's done. If you want to add one more, just scroll here and select and create permission. All right, and after that you just need to come here and click save. Alright, so see you next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So let's move forward and let's go to work now with permissions. These are predefined permission, and you can see the total number of permission available for us here. We cannot clone, delete or edit these permissions, but we can export if you want. Okay, but as you can see, you can export, but here as you can see, we don't have option to import permissions. Okay, let's go and create our own permission. To do that, we need to come here. We have here the names of the permission, we have the description, we have the resource type, resource, and the subject type, rule, the subject, and here we have the actions. So now let's go and click here, new permission. Let's say we want, for example, to create target. Let's select this one, permission to create target with no command, and let's select the user we want to give this permission to. Let's select here David, and here we have more options here. We can select here in subject, we can select Dave user, or we can select the rule, or we can select a group. Okay, let's select user, come here and select the rule, and here you can select a group if you want, but we want to use this option here. Okay, description, user David may create a new target, okay, because of this selection here. And let's select save. It's done. To find the permission we just created, let's go and move to the next page. As you can see here, subject type user, and we have here description, create target. Okay, and we have here user David may create a new target. All right, as you can see here, that's why we allow it to change this, to clone, to edit, or to delete it, because we created this permission here. If you want to adjust something, want to make some change, just come here and edit permission and edit according to your needs. All right, so now we selected this one user, but we can select a role or a group. Okay, as you can see, this option we selected in previous when we was creating this permission disappeared here because was not applied, because we select user. If you want to apply rules, we need to select here and for group and so on. All right, so let's select here rule and select this one, give VM rule, and click save. As you can see, rule give VM rule may create a new target. Okay, and subject here, as you can see, give VM rule. All right, see you next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So let's move forward and come here, administration, and select performance. If you open this tab performance from Greenbone Security Assistant in this community version, you are not able to see nothing, but it's supposed to show you some charts here regarding the performance doing the scans. I access the Greenbone operating system, and as you can see here, if we go from Greenbone Security Assistant, this I use it Greenbone Security Manager. As you can see here, Greenbone Security Manager. Here, Greenbone Security Assistant. This is information on Kali. But if I come here, Greenbone Security Manager, the Greenbone operating system via the browser, right? That's why you see here Greenbone Security Manager. So if we come to administration and performance, you will see here, this is what you're supposed to see. This information, this charts here is information regarding to the process, system load. If you want, you can change here, for example, hour. Let's see the performance here. You can change the time. You can fix the time you want to see the performance of the computer during the scans. You have some information here regarding the CPU usage. Okay, I will show you, don't worry about Greenbone operating system, I will show you later on, and much more. If you scroll down, you will see information regarding hard disk during the scans. So that's it in this tab performance. You're supposed to see this information here. Okay, see you in next lesson. All right, so now let's go to administration and let's select trash scan. All right, so here we will see everything we deleted. So as you can see, we have here the contents, the type. For example, if I delete a credential, in this tab here, credential, okay, and it will work for everything, for nodes, overrides, and so on. So as you can see, even here, targets, I can see the number of target that I deleted, the same for tasks. If we scroll down, we'll find here credential. you will see the name credential I deleted, and here in action I can restore this credential. Just click here, restore, and it's restored. And the same for target. If you want, you can restore. Okay, you can restore it. And here I want to explain you regarding to tasks. We have 3 tasks here that I deleted. Here the status of each task. This one is done, this is stopped at 0%, and this one was new when I deleted. And we have the number of the reports here. The severity is not applicable. We don't have information regarding to the trend. But here in action, as you can see, we have these 3 tasks here. The first one is give VM task, immediate scan of IP, and Kali task. Okay, but why we cannot restore these 2 here? So it's only possible to restore tasks with this status here, done. We cannot restore tasks with stopped status, and we cannot restore tasks with new status. Okay, it makes sense. So we can only restore tasks with this status here, done. That's why you see this information here, and this task is we can restore this one. All right, pay attention and have that in mind. When you want to delete something, make sure you are sure that you want to delete that. So this is how we can restore our file if for some reason you want to restore. But if you want to empty the trash, you just need to come here and click here, empty, and everything will be deleted. All right, see you next lesson. Hello guys, the metaexploitable scan is done. So now let's move forward and we will start talking about reports. All right, so for that, let's go to this tab here, scan. Let's select reports. Here we will see the reports of all tasks, as you can see here, and here we have the status. So now let's open the report. Let's go ahead and click here. We have the date, time of this report. We have here the ID, the created and modified date and time, and we have here the owner. And here in this tab information, we have general information regarding this report. We have here the task name, the scan time, the scan status, and the scanned hosts. We have here the filter applied to this report, and here we have the time zone. So in the next tab, we have here the results, and here we will see the detected vulnerabilities. As you can see here, we have many vulnerabilities. We can go ahead, for example, and open this one, OS end of life detection. Here we have the summary. This is very important to understand the report. The operating system on the remote host has reached the end of life and should not be used anymore. This is a short summary. And here we have the detection results. As you can see here, and was detected the Linux version, release date. Here we have product detection result. We have here the product, the method. Here in the method, we see this specific vulnerability, and here you see the ID of this VT. And here we have the log. If you click here, you will have much more information. And here we have the detection method. The detection method, you see here details. You will see here the vulnerability test used. So this vulnerability test looks for operating systems in end of life. Okay, as you can see the name here of this VT, OS end of life detection. And here we have the solution. Sometimes you will see the solution here, mitigation. Okay, what is the solution to fix this vulnerability on the target system? You need to upgrade the operating system on the remote host. Okay, you need to upgrade the operating system to a version which is still supported and receiving security updates by the vendor. So they explain you why you need to upgrade to mitigate this specific vulnerability. Okay, another thing you can do here to have more information regarding this vulnerability, you can come here to log, and here you will have more information regarding to this vulnerability. You have here the name of the VT, the severity, you have here the code, quality of detection, you have here the host, the location. The location here is regarding to the port used to detect this vulnerability, and detection result, you have more information as you can see here. And here you have references. If you want to read this, you can go to this site. As you can see, is Greenburn community site. You can go click here, and then after that just click follow link, and the link will open, and here you can find more information. So now let's go back, results here. This is how you read and you see more information regarding to the vulnerabilities. You don't really need to know about all of this. You don't need to know about database development, web development. Okay, sometimes you will see things here that you don't work with, and you will see the information here and you will find the solution. Okay, and you can do this for all vulnerabilities, and you have here, for example, some reference regarding to this vulnerability. All right, so in next lesson I want to explain you about solution types. I want to explain you the difference of the icons, and I want to show you how you can interpret these icons here. All right, see you in next lesson. I want to explain you about solution types. Let me open another tab and go to this website here, solution type. Don't worry, you will find this website in the supported documentation. Okay, and if you scroll down, you will see solution for the vulnerability. The following solutions are possible. Okay, if you see this icon here, it means a vendor patch is available. You just need to update the version of the application you are using. Okay, you just need to update, and here a workaround is available. Okay, so here they will show you the solution, how to do workarounds to solve the problem, to eliminate or to fix the vulnerability. All right, so here if you see this icon, means a mitigation by the configurations is available. You just need to change some configurations. And here if you see this icon here, no fix is and will be available. Okay, so there is no fix. You won't see solution, but it doesn't mean that you cannot find solution outside the system. All right, but the system does not have solution to fix this vulnerability. Okay? And here no solution exists. Okay, no official solution exists. Okay, this is how you will interpret each icon here. Okay, let's go back. So here we have different icons, meaning different solutions for these vulnerabilities, and here we have the severity, and we have here the code, quality of detection. I want to explain you about this right now, quality of detection, but it's very important to say that you see here results. We have here 61. Okay, this is the result. As you can see here, the displayed result is just 61, but the total results are 531. Why this difference? Is because of this code here. Okay, and why? Let me open another tab and go to code, and here let's scroll down. We'll start by here. As you can see here, by default only results that were detected by VTAs with a code of 70% or higher are displayed. It means here we are seeing only codes with 70% or more. Okay, and here you can see the code type, quality of detection. You can see that each number represents something. For example, 1% represents general node of potential vulnerability without finding any present application. Okay, you have 50 here, for example. You see, and here you have description. As I told you, each number means something. Okay, as you can see here, for example, this one, remote analysis, remote checks that do some analysis. As you can see here, remote checks. Okay, as you can see, even this number here, 80, executable version, authenticated executable version checks for Linux. Okay, and so on. Here 100 exploit detection happened via an exploit and is therefore fully verified. All right, so here you can see more, and when you are creating your task, for example, let's go back here, let's go to this page. When we are creating your tasks, you can see here the meaning. You can define according to what you want to find. Okay, when you know the meaning of each code here, you can come here. When you are creating a task, you can change this number, meaning code. Okay, according to this, but you need to understand the meaning of each number here. You can read and understand the meaning of each number here. All right, so let's go back to our report, and here we see only 61, but we can change it. So if you want to see all results, what we need to do, we need to adjust the filter. Okay, to adjust the filter to ignore this rule that only 70% will be shown. All right, to do that, what you need to do, you need to come to this icon here and click, and this tab will be open for you. And as you can see here, you have here code must be at least 70. Okay, so you can change this number and put here 1, for example. Just put 1 and update the filter. When you update the filter, you will see automatically refresh the page, and now you see the number of the result, but still difference here. Okay, to fix this we need to go again to this filter. We solved this problem here, but we have many options here. You can apply overrides. We will see about overrides. Only show hosts that have results. Okay, you can just click here and you have much more information to adjust your filter. But if you want to see all the results, what you need to do, you need to come here, severity class. You see here log and false positive are unchecked. You just need to check these options here and update the filter, and the page will refresh. As you can see now, we can see all results. Okay, so see you in next lesson. We will continue to analyze our report. So now here we have the hosts, here we have the IP, as you can see, and here sometimes we will see the name of the host and sometimes not. And here we have the location. Location is regarding the port used to detect the vulnerability. For each vulnerability you will see here the ports. And here you have the created time of the report. Okay, this is the created time of the report. Here on this tab here, hosts, you will see the number of hosts. You see here the IPs, host name, the ports used during the detection of the vulnerabilities. You will see here the total applications, the distance, authentication, SMB authentication was successful, the start time, the end time. Here we have the total vulnerability with this score. Here we have total of medium vulnerabilities, total logs, and false positive. We have no false positive, and here we have the total. And here we have the highest severity detected during the scan. Okay, this is the highest. And here we have the ports and the protocol, TCP, UDP. We have here the hosts, the number of hosts, and we have the severities. And here we have the detected applications during the scan. As you can see, the CPE was used to detect these applications. And here, operating systems, we will see information regarding operating system. Okay, as you can see here, the name of the operating system and the version. Here we have the number of hosts, we have the severity here, and we have the CVAs. These CVAs are CVAs associated with the detected vulnerabilities. Here you have the number of the CVA. Here you have the NVT associated with each CVA, and here you have the hosts, occurrence of the CVAs. For example, here you have this CVA, 2 occurrence, and here you have the severity. And here closed CVAs. Here, closed CVAs, sometimes we will see information here. These closed CVAs means that the vulnerabilities that during the scan was detected and associated with a CVA, but that CVA has confirmation that that problem has solution confirmed by the vendor. And here we will see TLS certificates detected during the scan. Here we have the domain name, ensure the domain name. We have the serial number here. We have the device, the expiration date, you will see here, the IP, and here you have the port used to detect this certificate. And here, if you want, you can download these certificates. Okay, and here error message, you will see information regarding to errors produced during the scans. And here you will see user tags. If the user has tags, you're supposed to see here. All right, see you in next lesson. So now let's go and work with this area here. So here we have these icons, and these icons, we can see the meaning of this icon. You just need to come here. I want to explain you about it. Just click this help here. You will see here information. The following actions are available in the upper left corner. And here you have this icon here will show the list page of all report formats. And this option here add the report content that have at least a code of 70% and enable it override to assets. This is what will happen when we click this icon here, and this icon here will remove the report content from the asset. We'll see about the assets. So now these options here, I will talk about this. Let's go back to talk about these options here. So here you can see, if you want to learn more about this, you can come here and see the meaning of each icon. All right, I will share this link. All right, let's go back. And here, when we click here, we will be moved to the correspondent results. Okay, we will see here the corresponding results. Okay, let's go back. And this option here, we will see the corresponding vulnerabilities, means the vulnerability detected on these reports. And here we have the corresponding TLS certificates. We will see the corresponding certificates, as you can see here, corresponding certificates, and you see corresponding certificate of this report. You see the idea here, the filter was applied automatically. So all of these options here, if you will click here, we will see information regarding to this report, and here with corresponding performance we're supposed to see information here, but I told you that here you won't see charts here. And here you can click here to download the filtered report. You have this option here, trigger alert. You can set up for the next time you perform a scan, you can define here to send alert according to your settings, okay? Or you can just create alert right away. You can just come here and create alert and just click OK if you want, okay? But I will cancel it. And let's go and download our report. And here are the formats. Let's choose PDF and click OK. This process can be quick or can take more time depending on the number of the results you have. It's done. Let's go ahead and click OK. And let me open the report. Here we go. Here you can see the report here, okay, the date, the summary. If you are ethical hacker, you'll do this scan in your network. You can after that the system will generate the report. You can share this report with your supervisor. As you can see here, the content, you see the severity of the vulnerabilities, and if you scroll down here, you see all of this information available. Results per host, we'll see here. If you scan your network, you will see all hosted listed here. And here it will list vulnerability by vulnerability with the port, the summary, the impact. As you can see here, you will see the impact of the vulnerability and you will see the solution. Okay, so as you can see, we have many information here and we have the solution to fix the vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is all for this lesson. Okay, see you next lesson. Hello guys, now let's talk about this tab here, assets. We'll talk about hosts, operating systems, and TLS certificates. Let's go ahead and click hosts. So here we see the total number of scanned hosts, okay, of all scans hosts. Here we see names. Here we'll see the IP address. As you can see, a different IP address. We see here the host name, and here we see the IPs. We see here Windows, Linux. Here we see the severity of the highest severity of each host, modified date, and here we have these icons here. We can delete the host, we can edit the host, we can create target from the host. As you can see, you just need to click here, okay, to create target from the host, and you can export the host. Unfortunately, you cannot import the host here, but you can create the host from here. If you want, for example, let's call it 3, you can create the host, okay? And when you have many information here, as you can see, hosts by severity, the number of hosts with higher severity, okay? And here you can see on this topology, if you want, you can zoom it, you will see the list of scanned hosts, okay, in this hosts topology. So now let's go ahead and go to operating systems. Here you will see the operating systems, all scanned operating systems. You see here the operating system by severity, and here you will see the most vulnerable operating system. And here you have the name of the operating system. As you can see here, Debian Linux, Windows Server 2008 or 2, SP1, and so on. Here you have the title, you have here the severity, you have here the highest severity, you have the average, and here you have the number of the hosts, and here you have the modified date, and here you can export operating systems, but unfortunately, as you can see here, we have no way to import it. And lastly, we have TLS certificates. You will see here all certificates detected during all scans, okay? But here, as you can see here, you need to remove, sometimes you need to remove here the filter to be able to see all certificates, okay? Serial activates and so on. That's all. See you in next lesson. So now let's go to results and vulnerabilities, okay? But first let's open results. So while reports will show you results of a single scan, the result tab will show you results of all scans. As you can see here, host IP, for example, let's move to the next page. You will see here that we have more than one IP address because this is the result of all scans. So here we have the charts here. If you want, you can filter by severity. Okay, you just need to click here. For example, if you want to see vulnerability with higher severity, and to reset, as you can see here, the filter was applied automatically because we select. But if you want to reset, just come here to this icon, reset default, and here we have the vulnerability, and you will still have the solution type, severity, and so on. So this is the difference between reports and results and vulnerability. Results and vulnerability will show the information, the results and vulnerability of all scans, but the report will show you results and vulnerabilities of a single scan. Okay, let's go to vulnerabilities now. Let's go and reset to remove this report here. We want to see the vulnerability of all scans, and here, as you can see, we have the information. You see the difference here, vulnerabilities 115 and 464. Okay, so what you can do, if you want, you can adjust the filter to change the information here. If you want to see more information, you can come here and adjust the filter. Okay, here we have the name of the vulnerability, the old as the result, the new as the result, the severity, the code. Can have here the results, and here you have the hosts. Okay, so see you in next lesson. Let's talk about notes. Okay, let's go ahead and click notes. Create notes when we want to leave a note for someone, for a specific user or a specific group. We can create notes. We can create notes for vulnerabilities. Okay, I will show you here how to create notes. So if you want to create a note, you can create notes in two ways. First, you can come to this tab here, scans, and select notes and create notes from here. You can come here, just click this icon, and you can create your note. All right, but to create note from here, you need OID number to put here. All right, this number is assigned to any NVT. To find this number, what you need to do, let me cancel it before we talk about these options here. Let's go here to these results. Let's find any vulnerability here. Let's select this one and let's scroll down. As you can see here, method, OS detection, consolidation, and reporting, OID. We need this number here. Just copy this number here, select, copy this number, and now we can go to notes because we want to associate this node, to assign this node to this vulnerability. So here, let's paste, let's delete this parentheses. This is the number. All right, so I'm creating a node for this NVT, and here we select here if you want to activate, yes, always, or yes for the next, provide here the days. Oh no, just want to create the node, but we don't want to activate. Let's leave this option for now. And here we have hosts. We want this node to be applied all hosts or just one. Okay, you can specify here if you want just one. The same for the location, and here you need to specify the severity. If you want, you can specify the severity, and here the task. For example, I want this node to be applied for this vulnerability test, but only for a specific task. For example, for this task. And here we have the result for any result or specific result. Let's leave n, and here you need to type the note. If you try to save without type the note, you won't be able, because here you need to provide the note. And here, for example, we can put the note here and click save to save the note. As you can see, this note was associated with this vulnerability here. So the second way to assign a node to NVDA, what you need to do, you need to go to results or reports. It's up to you. You can go from here or you can go to reports. Okay, let's select, for example, VNC brute force login. Let's go here, click here, and after that, just click this option here, open all details. And here you will see here this icon, add new note. And from here, you will add your note for this vulnerability here. All right, this is another way. Here you won't be required to provide the OID number because you select the NVT you want to use. And here we have these options, even the host. For example, here, for example, you see the host is already selected, here the location, and so on. So we just need to provide here the note we want to leave. All right, and let's go ahead and click save. So now if we go to results or we go to reports and open Metasploitable, and let's go and look for that vulnerability, VNC brute force As you can see here, VNC brute force login, you see here this icon appears here because we assigned a node for this vulnerability here. So this is how we create nodes. You can create from reports, result, or even from vulnerabilities. You can create from here. You just need to come here to open there and select here nodes and add your node. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, now I want to show you how we can create overrides. You just need to come here, scans, and select override. But why we use overrides here? We use overrides when we want to change the severity of a vulnerability. To do that, let's go and click overrides. We have no overrides yet, so let's go ahead and create override. We just need to come here to create overrides. As you can see, we need to provide some details here. Before that, let's go to reports and select the report of this task here, metasploit table, and open results. And now let's work with this one, with this vulnerability here. So let's click and click to this icon here. So first let's copy this OID number here. And now let's hide Control key on the keyboards to open another tab because we'll need to come back to here again. All right, let's create a new override. The OID number, let's say here active, yes, host. We need to provide the host. We need to provide the location. Okay, let's go here. The host number is this one and the location is this one. Go the host, provide the IP, and the location is this one, TCP. And here we can leave any new severity. Okay, this vulnerability has higher severity, so let's change it to medium severity. And the task we can choose here, metasploit table, and here we can leave like this, and let's say here severity to medium. So now let's click save. As you can see here, the severity was changed to medium. The severity was changed to medium. So now let's go back to this tab here. And as you can see, the severity still the same. Let's go back and let's open here results, and here you can see you have this icon here, meaning that this vulnerability, as you can see, there are overrides for this result. There are override for this result. All right, so here we have the override icon. Okay, and here we have this one, VNC brute force login. We apply the node. Let's go ahead and apply override from here instead of creating from here. Let's apply override for this one. Let's open this icon and let's go here in this area. You will see this icon here, add new override, and all options are selected. Let's type a message here. All right, here we have the message, and now let's change here new severity. Let's change from high to low. This one, let's change from high to low. Let's save. Let's go back and let's refresh the page. And here results, as you can see, we have override for this vulnerability and we have override and note for this vulnerability here, VNC brute force login. Okay, so now let's go ahead and download the report. And let's change here. You need to make sure you include these notes and overrides. Let's click OK. Okay, let's open now the report. Let's open. Here we have our report. All right, so instead of scrolling down in this report, you can just click on your keyboard, Control F, and type here VNC, for example. And as you can see, we are here, VNC brute force login. It's the same with this one, VNC brute force login. And here you see the override was not applied, as you can see, but we have here the note. Why that? I want to explain you why this result, why the override was not applied here. Let's go back to this page here, the report. As you can see here, if you move your mouse over to this icon here, you will see download filtered report. All right, so here we have a default filter. So what happened? Let's go and open this filter. We have these options here, but we have this option here, apply overrides, and is defined as no by default. Okay, it means the overrides won't be applied here because of this filter. Okay, so now let's click yes and update. You see, so now as you can see here, for example, this one, this Twiki XSS was higher, the severity was higher, but now is medium. Okay, this one too, as you can see here, VNC brute force login was high, but now the severity is low. This is very important to change this field. If you don't activate this option here, apply overrides, you change it to yes. If you don't change it to yes, you won't be able to see the overrides. We will be able to see the notes, but you won't be able to see the overrides in the reports. Okay, and another important thing, let's go to this area here, sec info. We have here the NVTs. We have here the NVTs that look for vulnerabilities. Okay, for example, we have this one here. This NVT is associated with higher severity. Okay, but when we change the severity using override, that change won't be applied to these NVTs here. All right, will only be applied to the reports. Have that in mind. Let's go ahead and download. Let's make sure these options are checked. Let's select PDF and click OK. All right, so now let's open our report. And now let's look for VNC here. Enter. As you can see here, let's look for VNC, but it's not this one. Let's scroll down. Or we can come here and click this option. This is low because we have only three low vulnerabilities. So let's go ahead and click this one, for example. And as you can see here, VNC brute force login. Now we see here low severity. The severity is low. All right. And we have the note here. Okay, as you can see. All right, so now our override was applied to the report, to the final report, because we checked the option to apply overrides in the reports. Okay, so always remember that if you want to use overrides. All right, see you in next lesson. One more important thing here, when we use filters in the reports. When we use filters, this filter here, this default filter, we have these options here to select the severity. All right, we can add more, we can check this too. But I want to show you another thing here. Instead of select severities, you can use keywords. All right, so for example, let's type here, let's filter only vulnerabilities regarding to passwords. For example, let's type here password. And now let's hit enter. As you can see, we have only these options here. All of these vulnerabilities are regarding to passwords, and the filters was adjusted to reflect to our keywords here. Okay, so if you want, as you can see here, results, we have only 10 results. So these results regarding to password. So if I want to download this report, if I download this report, as you can see, download filter the report. Okay, so if I download this report, the result of this report will reflect only to these vulnerabilities. All right, for example, let's open our report. As you can see, we have less information here because of our new filter. And if you scroll down, you will see here that all vulnerabilities here are regarding to our keyword. This is another way that you can filter results. All right, so you can example, let's type now, for example, Ubuntu, and hit enter. As you can see, we will have here result, we have here vulnerability regarding to Ubuntu, and so on. All right, so see you in next lesson. So now let's talk about Delta reports. Let's go to scans and open reports. And here you will see the date, status, tasks, and so on. But here in actions, you will see here these two icons here. This one is called Delta, all right? Select report for Delta comparison. We use Delta when we want to compare reports. We want to compare the results of the reports. We want to see the difference. To use Delta report to compare reports, we compare reports of the same task. We only can compare reports of the same task. As you can see, if we go to scans tasks, you will see here, you need to find the task that has more than one report, because you cannot compare nothing if you just have one report. Okay, so here you need to look for the task name and see the number of the reports. This one is not applied because it's a container. For example, this one here, Windows 11 Pro, we can compare this one, Windows 11 Pro, we can compare because we have here two reports. All right, and here I want to select this one, metasploitable, because I have more results here. Okay, so to do that, we need to go to reports. Okay, we need to go to reports because if you click here, we will open the report. We don't want to open the report. We want to see the list of the reports. So let's go to scans and select reports. As we are on reports, we need to select the delta. For example, we have here metasploitable here. We have another report here, metasploitable here. As you can see here, we have the all reports, all right? We have the tasks here. We have this task and we have this another task. So what we need to do, we need to see the task with the same name here, metasploitable 1, metasploitable 2, we have 2, and select one of them. For example, this one. If I select this one, as I know that I have more than one report, I just need to click here. And as you can see, the system will display all available reports to compare. These two. So now, if I want to compare, I need to go to this button here. I just click select report for data comparison. Just click here, and here you will have this tab. We'll see information, report 1, and this is report 2. The time report, scan duration, scan status for both reports. And here we have the results. User tags, we have no tags here. Here we have the results. Okay, we have the results here, and we have this information here, delta, and we have these icons here. And now I want to explain you the meanings of these icons here. These icons here, okay? There we have vulnerabilities, solution type, severity, and so on. But we need to understand this information here. To do that, let's go to our manual. You will find this link. But if you want to open it by yourself, you can come here, site, select number 10, scanning a system, and after that you go to page and select reports and vulnerability manager. And now we need to scroll down till you find this, create a delta report. As we use delta to compare reports, we need to learn about it. Okay, here we have this signal here. This meaning gone. Okay, the result exists in the first report but not in the second report. Means that the result exists in the first report but not in the second report. This one and this one new, you will see the plus sign here. The result existed in the second report but not in the first report. And here we have same, equal. The result exists in both reports and is equal. And we have this one, the results exist in the both reports but is different. These are type of delta results. And here, if we scroll down here, you will see this information here. We can use filters to show information, to display information according to our filter. For example, delta underscore states equal to G shows all results of the type gone. Okay, if you want to filter results with type gone, we just need to type this. Okay, results with type new, the same, and changed. We will use this. All right, we have an example here to use this. All right, so now let's go back to the delta comparison and let's apply this. Okay, now that we understand this type of result of delta results, now we can go and now we are able to interpret this because we know. If you want to filter this, you need to come here and type this as we saw, delta underscore states equals to, and we have here G for gone, N for new, S for same, and C for changed. Okay, you can type everything you want. For example, let's type here S same and let's hit enter. As you can see, the number decreased because now we will only be able to see the status here is equal. All right, this is how you use delta to compare two or more reports. All right, another thing you can do here, you can download this filtered report. You can just come here to this icon, download filtered report, and you will see here. Let me open. All right, and here we have our delta report. Okay, we have the summary here and the content of the report. That's all for delta report. This is very important. If you want to compare reports, you can use delta. You can use delta to compare reports. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So now I want to start talking about resilience. Resilience is the ability to return to a normal state. All right. So here the normal state is a secure system. All right, so here we will find these options here, remediation tickets. It will help us to assign tickets to specific users to solve the findings. And here we have compliance policies. We will talk about compliance policies and we'll see how to create, how to adjust the compliance policies according to our needs. Here we will see the compliance audits because we can perform some audits against targets here, and I will show you how to do that. And we will work with business process map. This is very important. Business process map will help us to understand, to have overview of what can happen to our systems, our network, if we have a breach using exploiting one of the vulnerabilities. Business process map will help us to analyze the situation of our organization and to see the impact of exploitation. I will show you and I will work with you to set up all of these options one by one. All right, but for now let's talk about remediation tickets. Okay, let's go ahead and click here, remediation tickets. So we have no tickets here and we cannot create tickets from here because we want to assign a task to a specific user or ourselves to solve or to fix a vulnerability. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to find the vulnerability we want to assign to another user, and from there we can assign that vulnerability to a specific user. All right, so for that we need to go to scans. We can go to results, to vulnerabilities, or even to reports. Let's go to reports. All right, so here let's select this one, metasploit table. Let's select this report. Let's go to results. Okay, we have here the results. We have the results, and we have the report. The next step is to fix the vulnerabilities. Okay, but to do that you won't be able to fix by yourself all of this because I'm sure that you don't understand all of this, because here we have vulnerabilities regarding to many things, many different things. Okay, databases, protocols, and so on. So the idea of this, you won't be able to fix all by yourself. Oh, depending on the number of the vulnerabilities detected during the scans. Because if you have a list like this, okay, if you have a big list, it can be hard for you. But if you have a different department, IT departments in your company, in your organization, you can assign the specific vulnerabilities to the specific departments. All right. So let's suppose, for example, OS end of life detention. Let's work with this one. We just need to click, and after that we need to click this icon here. Okay, after clicking this icon here, you will see this icon here, these icons here, this one to add node, override, and this one here, create new ticket. So we want to create a ticket from the vulnerability. So go ahead and click here, create ticket. And here we need to creating ticket, we want to assign this vulnerability to a specific user. Here we need to select the user to fix this vulnerability. Okay, we are assigning a ticket to this user, but before that you need to know the rule of each user. Okay, because you can assign a ticket to a specific user, but that user doesn't have access to that ticket. Before you assign, you need to go to users, administration users. You need to see the names first, and you need to see the rules of each user. For example, you cannot assign a ticket to John, for example, to solve a problem because he's a guest. So what you need to do first, you need to see the rule of each user, and after that you can go and assign tickets. Right, for example, let's assign tickets to Peter. Let's go back to this area here and let's assign this vulnerability as a ticket to Peter, because we know Peter is admin rule. And let's type here, for example, please fix this vulnerability until Friday, and let's click save. Doing this, Peter will receive this ticket. All right, so what we need to do now to check, we need to log out. Okay, but here we can log in the same browser with different users. You can do that. All right, so to do that, let me open here, let's open about this tab here. And now let me log out. So I will log in with Peter user. Peter, and I will type the password, sign in. All right. So here we are logged in as admin, as you can see, and here we are logged in as Peter. Let's go to resilience and let's go remediation ticket. And as you can see, we can see here the ticket we assigned to Peter. Assigned user Peter, because here, okay, assigned user Peter, modification time, and here, as you can see, we have here the status, and here we have the actions icons. Okay, here, so as you can see here, the status is open, so Peter can come here to this icon to edit ticket, and he can change the status here to fixed, to closed. Okay, he can change. But for example, let's suppose that the key ticket is open, so now the status is open, and here let's click fix it, because Peter and admin user who assigned this ticket to Peter has access to this ticket. Okay, I will show you in few minutes. So if Peter changed the status to fix it and he tried to save, he won't be able to save because he need to provide a note for this fix. Okay, let's type here, for example, I fixed this vulnerability upgrading the OS. All right, so now he will be able to save. All right, and you can see the status here, fixed. So now if we go back to admin user and we go to resilience remediation tickets, as you can see here, the status changed to fixed. So now the supervisor or the user who assigned a ticket to Peter can come to actions and can see here, or can check, can go to the system to verify if their system is already upgraded or not, just to confirm. And after that, let's suppose that Peter fixed this vulnerability, and now the supervisor can come to here and change the status to close, for example, closed. Okay, and type here closed ticket. All right, so it means that the supervisor saw Peter's note and confirmed that the vulnerability was fixed. So after that, you as supervisor can come here to close, to not for close, and type here something, close a ticket. Okay, problem solved. All right, so now you can go ahead and click save. As you can see here, the status changed to closed, and here, as you can see here, even for Peter, the status changed to close. All right, so this is how you assign tickets to specific users in order to fix this vulnerability. All right, let's go back to reports here. All right, let's go to Metasploit. As you can see, you can see ticket here, so I don't need to worry about this for now because I assigned the ticket to specific user to fix this vulnerability. All right, so that's all for now. See you in next lesson. So now we will talk about compliance policies. Okay, let's go and click compliance policies, and here we have our policies. What are policies? Policies can guide people to achieve the security when we talk about information security. Okay, so here on the system we use policies. We have here policies that will guide us to make sure that our system protected. We have organizations such as ISO that creates standard security guide to help organizations to protect their environment, their networks, infrastructure. All right, so now what we will learn here, we will see some policies that using these policies is possible to verify, to perform audits. In future lessons we will see how to perform audits using policies. All right, so here we have a list of policies. These are default policies. All right, so here we have the names and here we have the actions. We can clone, we can create audit from policy, and we can export policy, and we can import policy, and we can create a new policy. Okay, here you have the name, and here you have a short description of what this policy will be checking. So if you want to create a policy, you need to come to this icon here and click new policy, and you just need to type the name GVM policy and click save. As you can see, we have here our GVM policy. Okay, if you open, as you can see here in the short description, basic configuration template with a minimum set of NVDAs required for scan, and here you have the version. So if we go edit policy And as you can see, is a basic configuration template. These policies have the same options, but what differ is the options. This is the difference between all policies. According to what you want to check, you will come here and edit this policy according to the families, and here the trends. And if you want, you can come here and edit. For example, we have here compliance. You can come to this icon to see more about this compliance. As you can see here, you have the name. These are entities that will perform specific checks on the target system, and here you can select what you want, and you need to select. If you want, you just need to select and click save if you want to use that. All right, so after that you can search here what kind of policy do you want to create. After you select all options, you will need to save it. I will show you how we can use this policy to perform an audit against the target. So that's all. See you in next lesson. These are default policies, but if you want, you can add more. Okay, you can import more policy. Yeah? Now I will show you a website, a Greenburn website, where you can find more policies. Okay, you will find this link in the support material for this course. If you come here, you will find policies that you can import into the system. Okay, we can increase this number. Okay, to do that, we need to go to this website here. As you can see here, you need to scroll down and you have here the gauze systems and the versions. Okay, and here you have the date. This one is the newest one, so let's go ahead and click here, and here you will find these policies here. Policy.com, policy for Microsoft 2012 R2 server security configuration, to check for security configuration. Even for Office, as you can see here, you have for Windows 10 and for Windows 8. Okay, so if you want to download these policies, what you need to do, you need to click to open the policy. Just click, and now right click and save page as, and select where you want to store it and click save. All right, and you need to go back and do the same for another policy. Okay, you need to go back and do the same. Okay, so now go ahead and do this for all policies you want. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let's go back here, and now you can import. To import, you just need to come to this icon here, import policy, and browse and select the policy. Let me select the policy, just import. As you can see, we have here audit for hardened Microsoft Windows 10 system. Let's import another one. So that's it. So if you want, you can go to this, for example, Microsoft Windows 10, you can go to this edit policy and see the selected options to understand what this policy will be looking for on the target system. And here you have the information here. You can adjust it if you want. You can make some changes if you want according to your needs. We won't change nothing. Just go ahead and cancel it. This is how you import policies here, and you can, after import, you can adjust this policy if you want. All right, so see you in next lesson. Hello guys, so now in order to use these policies, we need to go to resilience and select compliance audits, because audits will allow us to use policies to perform verifications on target systems. All right, so let's go. You can come here and go to compliance audits, and here you can select new audit. So here you type the name, Win10 audit, and you need to select the target you want to perform these verifications. I will select here Windows 10 target, and if you want to select alert schedule, but I won't do that. And here I will select yes, and here auto delete reports, no. And scanner, we have only one scanner here. Instead of having basic full network discover and so on, we have policy to select. All right, you need to select the policy you want to use. Okay, let's use this one, Microsoft Windows 10. Let's use this one, and here let's leave like this, and let's click save. So now our audit was created, and let's go to start. This is one way of creating audit. We can create from audits tab. Let's go ahead and let's go to compliance policies. As I mentioned, we can create audit from policies. All right, so here you can come here and select, for example, this one, can go to this policy and create from here, create audit from policy. Let's call it Windows 10 audit. And now let's select the target. The target is the same. Let's make it alterable. Here we cannot change because we are creating the audit from the policy. And let's click save. To see all audits, let's go to resilience and compliance audits. All right, so we have here this new one, but let's wait until this one ends. All right, so the audit scan is done, and here we have the report, and here we have the compliance status is 0%. So now let's go to open this audit report. We just need to come here, just click report, and as you can see, we have here the report. Okay, we have the report here, and we have the results. We have no result because of default filter. You just need to come here, edit filter, and select and click update. All right, so this is the information detected during the audit, and we have many information here. Microsoft Windows PowerShell transcription can open. We have here the summary, the detection result. Let's try another one. Let's check this one here, this one. By doing this, we performed the audit against Windows 10. All right, and here you have you can see more information regarding to this. So now if you want, you can download this filtered report. You can download this filtered report. You just need to come here and download the filtered report. Okay, always remember to change the filter if you want all results. So now let's open this report. As you can see, we have the report here. All right, so this is how you perform audit scans with policies in Greenbone Vulnerability Manager. That's all for audits. See you next lesson. Hello guys. Now, after we talk about audits, let's go to resilience and select the business process map. Why do we use business process map? When we want to illustrate the impact of the results on a business, we use business process map. I will explain you step by step, all right? Don't worry about this process here. I just created it just to explain you. In next lesson, we will be creating it step by step, okay? Don't worry about that. So here, as you can see, this is a process we create from here, creating a process, and this process must be associated with one specific host, with a host. All right, we need to associate the process with host. So after that, after we associate the process with host, the process will be colorized according to the severities on the target. For example, this one, this light gray, is light gray because of the severity. The severity type is log. And here we have dark gray when the severity is not applicable. And here we have blue when the severity is low. Medium, we have this one, this color, red for higher, and this one, the white one, when the process is not associated with any host. Okay, so this is how we will illustrate the impact of the result. Okay, in next lesson I will explain you how to connect each process with another, and we will see what will be the impact of that connection between the process. And with this illustration, you will be able to see how big will be the damage if some exploitation succeed. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, welcome back. So now let's start creating our business process map. Let's delete it. Just need to select and delete. All right, so we are done now. So if you want to add a process, you need to come to this icon here. Just click here and give a name to the process. For example, can be if you want to analyze the process of a specific hosts, you know the IPs and you know the machines, you can type the names here. For example, for me, I will type here DC server. This is my domain controller server, and you can leave a comment here. Okay, you can leave a comment here and click create. Here you have your first process, and after that, what you need to do, you need to associate a host to this process. So to do that, you need to go here, as you can see here in this icon. You can come here and you need to associate, you need to choose the host here. You will see the IPs here. So go ahead and select the host IP you want to associate with the process. I select this one, and after that you can click here, add selected process. You can add more than one host here. Okay, let's go ahead and add selected hosts. It's just one. If you want to change something here, you just need to come to here, this icon here, edit process, and you have here the name, and you can remove, for example, something, go change the name from here and click save. Another thing you can do, if you want to add another host to this process, you just need to come here and select another host and click add selected hosts again. All right, so now we have two hosts associated with the same process. This is how you can do. If you want to delete one process, you just need to come here, click first, you need to click the process, and you will see the associated hosts, and just go ahead and delete the host you want. All right, so let's leave this for now, and now let's add another one. Just come here and let's name it backup server. So here we have another process, so let's add another process, and after that we will create the connections. Okay, and I have the last one here. So after that I need to associate the host. I will select this one, backup server, and I will come here. I know the host, select and add. I will do the same to this one. All right, so here we have all process we will need to analyze. Okay, to analyze, to illustrate the impact, we have the DC here. As you can see, the severity is high. So now let's create the connections. To create the connections, you just need to come to this. First, you need to select the process you want to create connection, and click this icon here, create new connection, and select again the process, and go and select another one, another process you want to create connection with. Okay, as you can see here, the severity of this smartphone is low, but because of this connection, the color changed to red. It means the impact of this vulnerability here can affect this smartphone here. Okay, but if you want, you can just select this connector here, select this connector, and come here to turn off condition colorization. So just click here. So as you can see, the DC remain high, and this one, the smartphone, remain as lock. Okay, let's create another connections. Let's go. We need to click first. Let's click here and this one, and create connection with this. Okay, and let's create another one. Let's create connection with this, the server too, and let's create connection with this and this. That's it. Okay, this is our domain server. This is my domain server, and all devices are connected to my domain server, and my domain server has higher severity vulnerability. To analyze the impact of this, for example, you see this, if you colorize this, let's click here and turn on this conditional colorization. You see, nothing happened to this DC, because nothing happened to this DC, and nothing happened to this because of the direction of this connection here. But if we change the direction, we are analyzing the impact of this vulnerability against the DC server. All right, this is what is saying this connection here. But if we change the direction of the connection, let's click here and delete the connection. If you want to delete the connection, just click and delete. So now let's change the direction. All right, so do you see what happened? Because this is marked. So now let's change. Okay, let's do this. Let's, okay, this DC affected this backup server, and now let's delete this connection here, and now let's create a connection with this and this one. Let's create a connection with this backup here and this Kali. As you can see, although the Kali has severity not applicable, but because of this severity of this backup server, the Kali machine was affected. Okay, and now let's create a connection to this one. Even if you create connection with this and this, okay, nothing happened. But if we change it, let's remove and change the direction. As you can see, because of this server, this affected server, the severity is high, all business is compromised because of this one. Okay, so now you can see what can happen to your organization network if some hacker or some attacker gain access to this DC control or exploit this vulnerability here, all devices, doesn't matter if it's a computer or smartphone, you see what will happen. This is very, very important. All right, and you need to pay attention when you are creating your business process map. You need to pay attention to the connections here. All right, all right, this is all for this lesson. See you next lesson again with some updates now regarding to resilience. If you realize it, probably you saw that the business process map is not available here. Again, nothing is wrong with the version you are using. The problem is the Greenbone team removed that function from here, that feature. That feature was removed from here, as stated on this official website here. If we scroll down, that removed business process maps were removed. Unfortunately, this was removed from the Greenborn security assistant. Okay, reason why you cannot see this feature here, but I decided to let that for you to understand. Maybe you are using the old version, so, and I don't know if this was removed only in this community edition or in all versions. So if it was removed only here, and for some instance, for example, your company decide to have this improved, at least you will know how to deal with this, because this is very, I think that this is one of the most important features here, because you can analyze the impact of the organization in terms of data breach, for example, in terms of the vulnerability you detected during the scan. So this is very important. But in this community version, unfortunately, this option was removed by the team. Reason why you cannot see it right here. This is all for this lesson. See you in next lesson. When we was talking about scan configs, I explained you about the trend of the NVTs. All right, I explained you the meaning of this. All right, so now I want to explain you about the trend of vulnerabilities according to the reports. Okay, but to see this, you need to have more than one report. So you need to perform this scan more than one time. All right, so here we cannot see because this is a container. This is not task. Okay, so now to understand this trend here, let's go to our manual. Let's go to help, user manual. And now let's go to site and select here, number 10, scanning a system. And after that, let's move to the next chapter. And now let's go to page and select here, trend of vulnerabilities. All right, so here I want to explain you the trend of vulnerabilities. The trend icon can change. So here we have following trends are possible. We have the possible trends that we can see. First, we have this one. In the newest report, the highest severity is higher than the highest severity in the second newest report. All right. So if you see this icon here, it means the new report is showing that the highest severity is higher than the highest severity of the last report. And when you see this icon here, it means that the highest severity is the same for both reports, but the newest report is showing more security issues than the previous report. Okay, and here it means the highest severity is the same for both reports. So this is very important to interpret this. Okay, for example, let's go back here. As you can see here, if you over your mouse here, you will see information, but it's not detailed. As you can see here, vulnerabilities did not change, and here we have two reports, but the severity increased. I hope you understood this. See you next lesson. So now we'll talk about dashboards, okay? I want to spend this lesson to talk about dashboards. We are not able to create dashboards on all pages, okay? For example, if you want to create dashboard, we cannot create dashboards here. Users cannot create dashboards here. For example, we cannot create dashboards for port list. So these are default dashboards in this tab here. Dashboards, these are default one overview, default one, but you can change. This is regarding the total NVTs, and this one, this task by severity and task by status is regarding the tasks you created and the scans you did. So to create another dashboard, you just need to come to this icon here, new dashboard, and you need to choose the display here. And you need to pay attention. For example, here we have charts and we have tables. So you need to pay attention to that before you add a dashboard. For example, if I choose here table tasks by CVSS, but I want table, you will see the view of the table. You see, this is table. But if I want to add a chart, I need to select here chart. For example, operating system chart, and you can customize your dashboard. If you want to add another tab, for example, let's add this, let's call it hosts, and here let's scroll down and add here asset displays and add here. As you can see, these dashboards regarding to hosts. Okay, so if I want, I come here, I know this dashboard is for hosts. Here you have the most vulnerable hosts. You can see here hosts topology, most vulnerable operating systems. You can see, all right, and you can add another one from here too. You can add here, and you can create more tabs here. For example, let's create now tabs for according to these options here. All right, let's create for scan displays, type here scans and add. This is information regarding scans, and by default we have here these dashboards here, these charts here. Okay, and you can add more tabs here. You can type here escape and you'll have here the information. All right, so this will you can do here on dashboards, and you can do even here tasks. For example, you can adjust, you can change or add or delete, or even delete if you want to delete one. For example, let's go back to dashboards. If you want to delete a chart, just go ahead and select here to remove if you want to remove. And here, if you hover your mouse on the chart, you will see these options here. Select filter. You can click here SVG to download the chart. If you want, you can download the chart. Toggle legend, okay, to hide the legend. 2D and 3D view, okay, you can change from here. So this is the way you create dashboards. As you can see here, you have this option. If you want to edit the dashboard, you can just hide here, click here, and here dashboard, and you are able to change the name of the dashboard. Okay, you can create very nice views here when you have many information, when you have scanned many targets. All right, so see you in next lesson. In this lesson we will start our GSM machine, virtual machine, okay, our ghost system. So to do that, let's go and click start. We need to make some configurations here to be able to access this virtual machine. If you receive this error, just go to change network settings and automatically it will adjust the configurations here. But if not, just select bridge and select the NIC from where you are receiving internet connection. And even if you see this message here, just ignore it and click OK, and the machine will start. So here, this is the login page. The username is admin, password admin, all lowercase, and you need to have a note of this number here. With this number, we are able to access the GSM on the browser. Just remember this number, this IP address, because we will use during the configurations. So now let's log in, username admin, and hit enter the password admin. So this option normally is for people who purchase the key. All right, we are using the trial version. So if you click here yes, no user for web interfaces of your GSM has been created yet. Do you want to create a global web admin now? No, we will create later. Okay, I want to show you where you will find this configuration. Okay, just click no. All right, so because we selected the option to set up now, you see here we need to provide the key for those who purchase the GSM license, but for our case we don't have a key, so I will move to skip. So here we have two nodes, just hint OK. And here we have the Greenbone OS administration. First option, configure the settings on your GSM, enter. Let's go to networks, select the second option and hint enter. And here, from here, the last option, we can display the current IP. Here you have /24. This is very important. We need to provide this according to our network mask. Okay, hint enter. And now let's go to interface. This is the first option, configure the network interface and hint enter. All right, so by default the interface is receiving IP address from DHCP server in the network. Okay, but I want to change it. I want to fix a static IP, so I need to go down until you find the static IP. Just hit enter, and here you need to delete the SCP and provide the IP. Okay, I want to provide the IP, so I will type here /24 because I'm using class C. Okay, it will depend on your network mask. Hit enter again. As you can see now, the DSCP is disabled and the static IP is enabled. Okay, so now I will scroll down until here, save, and hit save. Okay, so now I just save it. So now I need to go back. First step is to set up the network settings. We are done with that. So now here, if you want, you can see here information regarding to DNS namespace. If you want to set up it, you can go ahead. Okay, you can display even the MAC address of the interfaces here, but we will go back, and now we need to go and user and password management. Just hit enter, and we have here change the password of the current user. This is the user we used to access this system, the Greenborn OS administration. All right, username admin, the password admin. If you want to change, you just need to come here, provide the current password, and now the new one, retype. Okay, and look for this message. This is very important. Please be aware that if you lose this password, administrative access to your GSM will not be possible anymore. Keep it in mind. Right, okay, and now let's go to users and manage the web users. Okay, let's hit enter. So the first option is list users. List all users, all available users, and as you can see, we have no users yet. So hit enter. We have two options here. We have this option, create a global admin account. We have here create a global super admin user. Do you remember that I told you that was not possible to create these users from the GSA, Greenborn Security Assistant? Let's go back to Kali machine, and here I have the users. We was able to create admin user, but we are not able to create this user, the global user, from here. Okay, but we can create from here. From here we can create. All right, so let's go ahead. Instead of create a global admin, let's create a global super admin account. Okay, because even between this one and this one there are differences. Okay, so let's select here and click OK. Create a global super admin account. Okay, let's confirm. Let's select yes and hit enter. Okay, here we need to provide the name, the account name. I will type here admin, and now you need to provide the account password and you need to confirm the password. After that, you just go ahead and hit enter. User create. Now we know the username, we know the IP, so we can go to the browser. Let's go to the browser and just type here. You don't need to provide the port, all right? Just type the IP. Advanced, accept the risk and continue. All right, so now I need to provide the username, admin, and the password. And now sign in. Okay, so I was able to log in using the Greenborn Security Manager. All right, if you go to about here, you won't see Greenborn Security Assistant. This is a Greenborn Security Manager. Let's go back to this virtual machine. If you want to change the password, you just need to come here to this option here, change the password. Okay, but we won't change nothing. Let's go back, and now if we go to manage the web users and list, you will see that we have only one user. Okay, let's go ahead and create another one. Now we will create a global admin user. Okay, let's list now. Great, so now let's go back. Let's go back again, and you have here this option. We have Greenborn Security Feed Management. Just hit enter. When you are using a community version, you receive feed updates from the community feed. But when you are using a GSM and you purchase the license, you will be using a commercial version of feed. All right, that's why you are seeing these options here. But you can use the community from here. So let's go back, and let's go back again. And here we have this option here, perform maintenance actions on your GSM. Just hit enter. And here you can backup, manage your backups over Beam, but we won't do this because this is a trial version. And you have here update the Greenborn security feed on your GSM. And if you want to update, just come here and hit enter to update the feeds. So the update will be running. Okay, so let's hit enter while the update is running. Let's go back, and another thing here, we are on maintenance menu, and now you have this option if you want to shut down or reboot your GSM. All right, and you can come here, the advanced manage of your GSM. Just hit enter. You will see the options here. Access functionalities for Greenborn support. You don't have support for community versions, only for paid version, commercial versions. All right, so that's all for now. Next lesson we will continue. Okay, see you in next lesson. So now let's see some difference between access the Greenborn operating system, the GSM, and the version we installed on Kali Linux. Okay, let's minimize it and let's open here. All right, so now on dashboard seems the same configurations. Okay, as you can see, for example, scans. Let's see here, we have task, report, result, vulnerabilities. These options are the same. Here we have task wizard, advanced task wizard, and here we have task wizard, advanced, modify task wizard. We don't have this option here, as you can see. And new task, let's try to see. As you can see here, for example, new task, we have only here scan targets, but in the community version we have scan targets, alerts, schedules, and we don't have that information here. For example, here resilience, as you can see here on resilience, we have on community version, we have here remediation tickets, compliance policy audit, and business process map. But here in this GSM we don't have tickets here. Okay, we cannot create tickets. For example, if we go to NVTAs here and we go to NVTAs community version, comparing to the Ghost system, we have more NVTAs. We have, for example, we don't have here, we have here in this community version, we have LDAP and Radius, but we cannot set up it because of the certificate. We will be requested a certificate, but here we don't have this option here, and seems the same. The manual, if we go and see the manual version, this one, for this one is this is the version, and this is for this system, Greenborn Security Manager, this GOS. Okay, this version of GOS. All right, so that's all for this lesson. See you next lesson. Hello guys, do you remember when we was talking about task wizard, I mentioned about my settings to create defaults. So now in this lesson I want to show you how to do that. Let's go to this icon here and select my settings, and here we have general information regarding to time zone, password. Here we see that the password is defined, and user interface language, rows per page, and so on. Okay, we will talk about this. Here we have general information. Here we have the severity, we have dynamic severity, default severity. Okay, severity to use if none is specified or available from sec info. So here we have defaults. These are the options that we can define defaults for. Here we have filters, we can create defaults for filters too. So now let's go to this option here, just click here and let's go back while it's open. And if you want to edit something, you need to come here. And here you have general settings. Here we have the time zone password session. And here we have user interface language. You can change. If you select here browser language, the system will use the browser language. Here we have rows per page. Is because of this number here that when you open a page we have only 10 rows. Here we have details export file name, we have here list export file name, report export file. This is regarding to reports, here is regarding the lists, and here is regarding the details. And here we have severity settings, and here we have dynamic severity. All right, we will cover all of this, but now let's go back to here and let's work with, for example, report formats. Okay, let's work with report export file name. Now let's go to the manual. Okay, let's scroll down here and you have here details export file name. Here are the options we can use. Here we have list export file name, and lastly we have report export file name. These three options here, we can use the same syntax, change the name to define the name. Okay, for example, we have here %C, uppercase C, the creation date in the format year, month, day. So this means this, and we have this one too, the creation time in the format hour, minutes, and seconds, and so on. So you can see here the meaning of it, and you can adjust and set up the name of the reports. For example, let's go back here. You see, let's work with the report. We have this %T hyphen %U. So here, when you see hyphen, it means that we are using two options here. So to connect, even if I want to add another one, I will do this hyphen and %sign C. So now let's see the meaning of it. We have here just T uppercase U. Okay, let's see the meaning of it. As you can see here, will provide us the object type. For example, if you are sporting a report, it will type report and so on. All right, this is the name that will appear. As you can see here, report, because of this T here, and the U is the unique ID of the object. Okay, this is the unique ID of the object, but we can change it. Okay, we can change, we can adjust according to these options here. Okay, let's go back. For example, let's adjust this. We will use lowercase u, the name of the current logged in user. When we download the report, it will provide us the name of the current user, and we will use t because we want the name of what we are exporting, if it is a port list or report, for example. And we will use the n, the name for the object, or the associated task for reports. Okay, here it will display us the name of the task. So now let's go ahead and do this. We just need to come here and change it. You can type the syntax here, lowercase u hyphen, we have here the t hyphen, and instead of u we'll use here n, and hyphen lowercase c hyphen we'll use d. And let's go to reports. We need to refresh the page. So now let's go to download the filtered report. Let's select here PDF, for example. And as you can see here, we have the username, we have the name of the object, what is the report, we have here the name of the task, as you can see, and here we have the current time, and here we have the current date. All right. By doing this, you see that you can adjust this configuration here. You can adjust this configuration according to what you want, but you just need to know here the meaning of these options here. So see you in next lesson. We will continue and we will work with default settings. See you in next lesson. So now let's continue and talk about default settings and filter settings. Here we can define default alerts. Let's define here, for example, this will be the default alert. We can define default credentials. As you can see, we can define this one, for example, SMB Windows credentials. We can define default scanners, OpenVas scan config. We can define what is default. Now the default is this one, but we can change to network, for example, and even the scanner we can change, but here we have only one scanner. OpenVas default. If you want to go back, you just need to come and select these two hyphens. We can select the default port list. Let's select this one, for example. You can select the default report format. Here, default ESXi credential. It will show you all credentials, all available credentials. Okay, so let me remove it, and I will select SMB over here. You can define the default schedule and the default target. Okay, let's define the default target as Windows 11. This is the default option. So every time I start a new task, these options will be filled automatically. All right, so now let's leave it like this and let's click save. So now let's go to tasks and let's create a new task here. For example, new task. As you can see, the scanned target was selected automatically, the alert was selected, the schedule was selected, or it's defined automatically. All right, but we can change it. This is just the default, but we can change if you want. If you want, you can change, no problem. You can change whatever you want here. Okay, but we just defined the default options for us. All right, and just click save, and the task will be created with these predefined options here because we define it as default. Okay, let's cancel it. Now let's go to reports. We define the filter to reports. Here we have our filter here because the default here is this one. This one is the default, but because we defined one filter as default, you see here the report filter. Okay, even for hosts, default filter here, as you can see, my default filter was select. Let's go ahead here and change these rows per page. Let's put here 5 and save it. So let's go. Even for hosts, I need to refresh the page. I already refreshed the page, but we have this filter here. Okay, and we need to put the default one for this page. As you can see here, because we defined 5 rows per page, we see here only 5 rows here. Okay, this is the way you can use to make defaults. And if you come here now, okay, severity defaults, you see all defaults we define it. And even for filter, we will see here that we will define a default for alerts, we define default for hosts, and for reports. Okay, this is all. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, in this lesson I want to talk to you about this step here. All right, so let's go to our Kali machine, and here we have the reports. Okay, so now let's decide what will be the first vulnerability we will be solving according to the solution type. Okay, for that, let's go and open our report. I want to open the report of this one, Metasploit table. And now let's go to results. All right, here As you can see, we will work according to solution type and we can work according to severity. I want to filter the information according to solution type and severity, all right? To decide what will be the first vulnerabilities we will be solving and what will be the second, the third, and the last. Okay, according to solution type. So what you can do here, as you know, we can download a filtered report, right? Great. So in this case, what we will do, we will edit the filter. We need to go to this idea, edit filter. All right, here we want to prioritize the vulnerabilities to be fixed. All right, so what we can do here, let's say that the vulnerability with higher severity will be the first to be fixed. Okay, so now let's uncheck low, medium. Right, this is the first step. Let's apply our overrides if you want. And the second thing, we will change this code here. We want to have all information regarding vulnerability with higher severity. Okay, great. All vulnerabilities with higher severity and all vulnerability with this solution type vendor fix, because vulnerability with solution type vendor fix a vulnerability that to solve, to fix, we just need to update the software. All right, so what we need to do, we'll select here and select higher here and select the solution type vendor fix. Okay, let's update the filter. Let's wait to update the filter. All right, so now we have all vulnerabilities with solution type vendor fix. Okay, so what we need to do now, we just need to download this report with these specifications. Okay, we download this. We are selecting vulnerabilities with higher severity according to the solution type. Okay, let's save it. All right, this is the first one. The second one, we have workaround. What we can do, we can just reset the filter and we can go again. And now let's select this one again. This is the priority. And now instead of using vendor fix, let's select workaround. Okay, now we want vulnerabilities with higher severity and the solution type is workaround. Let's update the filter. So you can go ahead and download this report, this filtered report, generating the report to download. All right, so now let me save it and you can go again, just reset the filter here and you can go again to the filter, update the filter and select again severity higher and solution type. You can put here, for example, mitigation and update the filter. And you have these options here and download the filter report. So you need to do this according to what you want to do. All right, you want to fix the vulnerability, so you can classify doing this. You can separate the reports severity with severity high, medium, low, and so on. All right, it's up to you. So just do it for all reports you want. This is one way you can do it, and by doing this you will be filtering information. All right, so next you can do, after you finish with high severity, you can go again to update the filter and you can filter the medium. All right, so you want all medium, all vulnerability with classification with severity medium. Just select here and select. You can do the same, or you can fix all instead of fixing by vendor, solution type, vendor fix, workaround, and so on. You can just select and filter all right, and update the filter. All right, so here you have. All right, so the main importance here is to filter it according to what you want to do or what is your plan to fix these vulnerabilities. Okay, this is not mandatory to follow this step. This is just one idea you can use to adjust it according to your organization, your network environment. But if you want to you don't need to use this. This is not something mandatory. And the most important thing here, let me repeat it, the vendor fix the most sometimes can be easy to solve these vulnerabilities because you just need to update the software. Sometimes you need to update the software, sometimes you need to upgrade, all right, replace with a new version. So that's why you can start by this, or you can let this, you can start by this to fix the vulnerabilities. All right. And for any vulnerability, don't forget to open the vulnerability. Okay. Any vulnerability, just open and scroll down here to find the solution, to fix that vulnerability. In all vulnerability, just do it to find the solution. All right, you need to come here and you will find the solution here. For example, if you find a vulnerability regarding to database development, for example, look for this vulnerability VNC brute force login, for example, and you don't know what is VLC, for example, and you see the mitigation here, change the password. All right, so you can go to Google, for example, or you can just click here to find more solution about this vulnerability. Oh, is there anyone in your company, in your organization, that knows how to work with VNC, you can just ask him to show you how to do that, and you go there and just change the password. Okay, that's why I used to say that this is not just a scanner. This is a vulnerability management. As you can see here, you have information regarding vulnerability, you have summary, you have description, you have support links to learn more about it, and you have the solution. Right, you have the solutions, you can perform this to solve, to fix this kind of vulnerabilities. All right, have that in mind. That's very, very important. Before you go to Google, if you find vulnerability here, just open here and look for the solutions. Okay, look for the solutions to solve that vulnerability. All right, so that's all for this lesson. See you in next lesson. Hello guys. Nowadays you will realize that people, companies are very concerned about security, about security organizations, all right? But they are investing money improving the security infrastructure, buying new devices, firewalls, intrusion detection, and much more. But they sometimes, the companies forget about the human being, all right? Forget about the staff, all right? Because sometimes the humans are the most vulnerable in our system. So that's very important to, instead of providing or buying devices, you need to train your team to be aware about that. All right. For example, you are taking this course, you will implement, you will correct the vulnerabilities, but this system won't scan for human vulnerabilities. Okay. So because of that, we need to make the staff to be aware about this. Okay. Because of that, this guy here, Kevin Mitnick is an American computer security consultant and author today, okay, and he is a hacker too. He was the world's most wanted hacker. We had some trainings provided by this company called Know Before, okay, and this company created a document what I want to share with you now that can help you to train your team. One of the phrases of Kevin Mitnick Know Before is think before you click. While that, so now let's go to this file here. Don't worry, I will share with you this file, this social engineering red flags. All right. Now, people, hackers, instead of spending hours and months trying to find vulnerabilities, sometimes they use sophisticated ways like social engineering. Okay, they send emails with malware attachments, and the staff must be aware of that. Okay, so here I have these social engineering red flags, and I would like to share with you. You can do this with your staff, or you can share with your friends and so on. All right, so here when we receive an email, we have some red flags we need to check before we click or take any action. All right, first we need to see this from site. All right, the from site, we need to see who sent us the email. We know this guy. Okay, we know that person, we was expecting an email from him. This is the first thing. And the second thing, we need to see here these two site, all right, is regarding to this mail was sent for who. For example, I receive an email, but my name is there, but I don't know the sender and I don't know the other people included in that email. That's a red flag. Another site we need to see is the date. Okay, we have here the from, we have the to site, and we have the date and the subject. For example, if you know the business hour when someone will send you an email at 1 a.m., for example, that's suspicious. Okay, because that time people supposed to be sleeping, and that's the one red flag, and you must pay attention to the subject. Okay, so this is another one, the date and the subject. All right, another thing we need to do to pay attention here is the hyperlink. You need to pay attention to the hyperlinks. For example, if you see this website here, as you can see here, www.bank of Ernerica, all right? It's not America, it's Ernerica. So you need to pay attention to this. And if you want to see if the site is legitimate, just over your mouse and you will see the legitimate site, all right? Be careful with links, and you must pay attention about attachments. Okay, don't open an attachment if you are not expecting this. Okay, if you're not expecting an attachment, be aware of this and be aware about the content of the email. Okay, you need to read carefully to see the spelling errors, the bad grammar, and so on. You need to pay attention of all of this information. So the thing is, think before you click. Analyze the email, see the sender, see all of these red flags. After reading and looking for all red flags and you are not sure, just call for the person who sent this email to you if he's someone you know, and ask if he sent you or not the email. And after that, you are ready to go and open the email. Okay, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, another thing you can do regarding to staff to make sure the staff are aware about the cyber crimes, something you can do is to suggest the staff instead of register. For example, sometimes they want to download something in the internet and the website requests the staff to provide email address. For example, what you can do instead of using a company email, and that's good way, it's good time to have email usage policy in place, all right, to avoid this kind of things. But if you don't have that, what you can do, you can come to this email here, you can come to this website here. This website allows you to use temporary emails. Okay, as you can see here, you have this temporary email, and if you register in another website, you want to download something, for example, this email, you can use this email, and here you will receive the message here. Okay, you will receive the message you want, and you can readjust instead of using the company's email. All right, another thing you can do, this is very important, because sometimes people used to register in different website. Let me show you something in this another website here. This website here, what this website does, this website will look for your email. For example, this one, let's take this as an example. If I click here, this website will search in the internet to see if this email belongs to any website that website was breached. All right, for example, let's go ahead and click here. This is then example. As you can see here, so this email belongs to many websites that had the database breached. All right, as you can see here, all databases, that email was registered. Right, so this is one thing you can do. And normally when you discover this, what you need to do, the first thing is to change the email passwords. Right, that's the first thing. You see, these people did this innocently. Okay, was they want to download something, to use one software, and they registered with their email. All right, so the solution for this kind of thing, to avoid this, is to use temporary emails. Okay, another thing regarding to emails, for example, in this another website here, as you can see, this website, people, the bad guys can send you an email. That's why we need to pay attention in the red flags, social engineering red flags, because they can be anyone. For example, let's suppose that we are from the FBI agents, and here let's type the email here, info@fbi.org, for example, and here let's provide the email, okay, to send this, and subject. All right, so look here, you are the most wanted in US, for example, and here I can type the test. Okay, so for example, this email. So now let's see. I don't know if this email exists or not. All right, so now let's go ahead and click here, send. You receive the confirmation here. Okay, email sent successfully. All right, so now let's go to check my inbox. As you can see here in this spam folder, I can come here FBI address and I read this. As you can see, the sender here, FBI agents, and the email. All right, so the attacker and the bad guy can looks like anyone. All right, this email came to this folder, but if you know about programming, for example, web development, website development, you can come to this option here, advanced settings, and you can improve it and make it go to the inbox folder. All right, if you have skills for this, you can adjust this. So this is very dangerous. That's why people need to be aware. Our staff in the organization need to be aware of this kind of risks. All right, see you in next lesson. Hello guys, regarding to know before and the training, something that you can do that can help your company is to request a demo for the type of courses they have. Okay, for example, if you come to here, products and service, and select here, know before enterprise security awareness training, just click here and you will see the options, okay, the courses they can provide to your company. All right, you have here baseline testing, training your user, phishing your user, and see the result. In my company, for example, we have some courses, and annually we used to take that trainings. And now I want to show you. Okay, let me open up here, and as you can see here are the type of the training, the name here, and the time, okay, the duration. All right, so here if you want to see, let me go deep and open one of the training in order to let you see how it looks like. Okay, for example, let's go to this one, and after the training, what they do, they used to send phishing emails to your company, to those who was trained, okay, just to see if they are aware or not. But if they click the link, the manager will receive an alert, will receive the report with all users, and you can follow up with that users. Okay, for example, let me go to the next page here. This is a video. Okay, let me play for you.
Welcome to the 2021 Know Before Security Awareness Training.
Hi, I'm Jenny Radcliffe and I'm a hacker. The term I like to use is that I'm a people hacker. I'm not your stereotypical hacker, you know, the ones that you would see in movies. I'm the type of hacker that's responsible for the most common type of attack, which is called social engineering. I'm going to explain some tactics I use when conducting security tests for organisations, as well as what other hackers might do to gain your trust. The idea is to give you insight into what to expect. Most people think of hackers as people in their mother's basement hacking away at a computer. In reality, they could look like me or you. Most times, they are criminals attacking people just like you.
So after the course, you are able to download the certificates if you pass. All right, so this is one of the options you can check. So that's all for this course. Don't forget to come here. If you want, you can request the demo. Okay, this is free. Request the demo for your company and see if it will work or not for you. All right, this is all for this lesson. See you in next lesson. Hello guys, the last thing I want to talk to you about in this course is about this CIS controls. Okay, this is provided by this organization here, Center for Internet Security. These controls will help you to make your system and your network secure. For better understand of this, let me just click here to this video, 1 minute video.
The CIS controls provide a prioritized path to improve an enterprise's cybersecurity program. Version 8 includes some exciting updates to keep up with the ever-changing cyber ecosystem. The CIS controls are now task-focused and combined by activities rather than by who manages the devices, decreasing the number of CIS controls from 20 to 18. The 18 controls contain 153 safeguards, which were formerly known as subcontrols. Safeguards are still prioritized into implementation groups or IGs, with IG1 defining basic cyber hygiene. The updated CIS controls point to existing standards and recommendations. SafeCode was a key contributor to the application software security control. Along with VA, supporting information, products, and services are updated and available to help you with implementation. Learn more about CIS Controls version 8 by visiting cisecurity.org.
Alright, so this CIS controls will help you to implement the best practice of security. Okay, you'll find this document, the version 8. Let's go and see this document. This is the document, and here IG1, IG2, and IG3. This is regarding the size of your organization. Okay, and here you will see the structure and implementation group. We have here the group 1, group 2, group 3. You will see, read here, and according to the size of your organization, it will help you. Right, this document is very important because it will help you to implement the best practice of security in your network and organization. Okay, according to the standard, this document was designed according to the standards and according to the newest cyber attacks. Okay, that's why it's very important. It will help you with inventory control of enterprise assets and much more. And as you can see here, you have the overview, and here you will find the reason why this control is critical. They will explain you, and here the procedures and tools they will suggest you can use to make your system safe. And here you have the safeguards, you will see here, but this is the document just to understand it. Okay, as you can see here, we have the inventory for software. You need to control what software is installed in your users' computers and much more. Here we will find too many information that will help you. I worked on this in my company, but unfortunately, because of security reason, I cannot share the document. Okay, this one is just to you to understand, but there is a Excel document that you will find there in the support documentation of this course, and here you will see in this Excel document, this Excel document is provided by CIS, Center for Internet Security. Okay, here you will have the introduction, and here you have the license for use, important resources, and here controls. You will find this document here. As you can see here, you have the control, the safeguard, the asset type, okay, if it is a device, application, or data, and here you have the security function, identify, respond, what that solution will be doing. Okay, and as you can see here, identify, respond, detect, protect. All right, and here you have the title. For example, here is for inventory, the control of enterprise assets, and if you scroll down, you will see more information here, data protection, and it means this section here will talk about data protection, and here you will see all of these points here. And according to that, according to the explanation, to the description of the protection they suggest you to implement, you will come to these columns here, these 3 columns, and you will mark, for example, for you, if you are IG1 or IG2 or IG3, according to the size of your organization, okay, you will need to select here. This, I suggest you to do this in a group. Okay, don't do this even if you the network administrator. Don't do this. It's better to fill these documents with another colleagues. Okay, people with different know-how, different backgrounds. All right, so here you can add one column and call it comments, for example. Okay, you can add here one column and put it here comments. And what you will do here, this is the way we did when we was working with the document, and the version was version 70, and this is the last one, the version 8. Okay, here this you will decide this with your team. All right, you can schedule a weekly meetings, for example, to discuss about it. And here, for example, inventory and control enterprise asset, and here you will decide, you need to mark the size of your organization, the group that you belongs to, and here the comment, according to the description, you will see if the solution proposed will work for you or not. And if you have another solution or you are using, you just need to type here, for example. Okay, you just need to type here what solution you want to implement, and you will do this for all of these, for inventory, for data protection, security configuration of enterprise asset and software. You will do this for all of this. This will guide you to control your account management and so on. All right, after you see and work on this document, you will know what will be the best option or the best security procedures for your organization. All right, I hope you understood this. So this is the end of our course. Please feel free to contact me if you have any doubt. You can ask me anything you want. Okay, let's keep in contact. All right, so I hope you enjoyed the course. If you have suggestion to the course or something you would like to see here to improve these courses, please just send me an email or just test me. Thank you for your time in this journey. I hope this course was very benefit for you, and I hope you use it in your workly day, in your job, in your projects. All right, so how we used to say in Portuguese, obrigado. Thank you.